All right, welcome. Man, I'm excited. It stopped playing, but that Nutcracker song just gets me going. Well, I heard that at a Christmas um, play. I heard it at a Christmas play, and I tell you that's the Nutcracker. For those of you that don't know, the Trap remix. So go ahead and search for that. So welcome. Hey, listen, I am excited about what we are going to do today. I'm excited about what you're going to learn today. Those that are teachers, those that work in any other industry, this is going to be an awesome day today. Listen, I already spoke it. You're going to get what you need today. So let's just talk, and I want to welcome you. And I want to just talk about how this all came about before we get started and start learning what we need to learn. So I've been a teacher. I am a teacher. I'm still a teacher. I'm still in the classroom. Been a teacher for 22 years. Man, I tell you, once you start working, time just flies. You look around and you start looking around and you're like, what have I done? What have I accumulated? Can I retire? Like I started thinking about retiring. Now I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, since I guess you guys can probably find a lot of this stuff on social media. So I'm gonna save you guys the research. I'm 54 years old. I know, I know, I know, I know. I don't look 54. People tell me that all the time. And so I receive that I don't look 54. But I've passed that mark. I passed the halfway mark, half a century, right? And when it gets down to it, to the end of the road, when you get to the end of the road, whatever your end of the road will be, whether that's 65, 72, if we leave it to the government, we'll be we have to reach 75 before we get benefits. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. But here's what I learned about retiring. You don't need age to retire. You need money to retire, whether you are at retirement age or not. So let's say retirement age is what, 65? When you reach 65, how will you live when you retire? Like you can't wait till you're 65 to think about that. These things you need to start thinking about it now while you're still working. And as teachers, we dedicate our lives, literally, we dedicate our lives to the classroom. Now, we all know that teachers are overworked and underpaid. I guess a lot of industries could say that, right? But as a teacher, we are overworked. We have so much to deal with in the classroom. We deal with not only students, all of their personalities, all of their ways we have to teach. We really can be a whole lot of things. Teachers have so many specialized skills. We're so talented that we are not taking advantage of all of our talent. So we have so much that we deal with in the classroom. Like right now, my throat is itchy. Why? Because I talk all day long in the classroom. Not only do I have to teach my 18, 19, and 20 students, I have to teach about 20 students in the classroom. I have to also deal with the parents. So we deal with a lot of chaotic situations and we still maintain our dignity and sanity. And some of us, like me, go home, leave work, and work on our craft. And this is what this is all about. I was in the classroom. You guys know there's always some people coming through. Excuse me. There's always some kind of investor, an investment person coming through, want to sign us up. Our investment is full 3B, like the 401k, tied directly to the market. So when the market goes up, we go up. When the market go down, we go down. So everything is tied to my light went out. Baby, I don't know if you can help me with that light. Listen, shout out to the people that I have working and helping me out in the background. Listen, this platform and this thing would not be the same without them. I wonder why they went out. Okay, here we go. We back. So anyway, he comes through and he's talking to me about all of these index, all the different kinds of 403Bs that we have, to help supplement our teacher retirement. Listen, teacher retirement is not enough. TRS, you guys, teacher retirement is not enough. Have y'all seen those statements when they mail out those semi-annually statements? And you look on the back and you're like, this is what I'm going to get at retirement. But here's what the other thing that was eye-opening for me. That number that you see on that paper, that 403B, when you look at your statement and you see the bottom line, don't think you're going to get that, right? Because our dollars are pre-tax dollars. So you're going to be taxed when you get ready to withdraw from that. So that's not actually what you're going to get. You're actually going to get less than that. Now, here's the question. Can you live off of less than what you see on that statement? And the answer is no. Yeah, I'm going to answer it for you. No, we cannot live off of that number. I'm talking about live. Like when I get to retirement, I'm supposed to be able to travel. I'm supposed to be able to be comfortable, take care of my grandchildren, and just be free to do everything that I want to do. But here's what I see in the classroom at school. I see teachers, we have this big retirement party and we just party, we food catered, and then they come back to teach. I'm like, what? We just had your retirement party. Why are you back? You know why they're back? It's not enough. And so you might as well start now, whether you are a beginning teacher, whether you are middle of the way, or you almost at the end of the road. It is not too late to take advantage of your craft, of the things that you are talented in. And I've met a lot of teachers throughout my 22 years, and you are talented. You just need to know how to capitalize on that talent. And so this is what this platform is. I look at this platform as a table, like the table is being set. So you're sitting at the table, you got your knife and your fork on the right hand side, right? Your spoon, everything, your salad fork is on the left hand side. Your butter knife and your dessert is on the front. Yes, I took etiquette classes. And you get your napkin, which is your paper and your pen. Get ready to take some notes on the mindset. Get ready to take some notes on how you, and this is going to help you think about the things that you do that you can capitalize on. Have you guys been on social media? I know you have. Facebook, TikTok. People are making money from their chair, from their couch, and they are making thousands of dollars a month on just simple stuff, simple ideas. I met a lady online. She makes a significant monthly income teaching people how to copyright. She teaches people how to copyright. She's making money. She sits behind a computer and she teaches. She have these classes that she recorded. So people log on to her, buy her course, and they are taking a course from things that she has already recorded. So now it's a funnel that people are going through, and she's just sitting back and collecting. Or, she's constantly getting more customers, putting herself out there. But we are so talented. And I need you to start thinking about how you can bring in an additional stream of income. There's so much out there. In this day and time, running to one job and then leaving there and going to another job, that stuff has played out. 2 jobs is for 2 people. And if we are working 2 and 3 jobs, trying to supplement, make ends meet, pay these credit card debts, pay our student loans off, we are running ourselves crazy. Our face, our body is wearing out, and you don't want to do that. When you get ready to retire, you should be full of energy. We should not be stressed out, taking diabetes medication and all this stuff just to survive. We got, it's just so you should be free. Your face should look light. Go get a massage and a facial. Let's do it. This is what this platform is about. And so I wanted to bring this to all of my fellow teachers, the reach as we do. Actually, this is my second summit. I did a summit last month. So as we progress further, I want you to share this with your fellow teachers. I want you to share this with your friends, because this information is applicable for everyone. But of course, as a teacher, my heart goes out to all my teacher friends. So without further ado, I want to bring on my first guest. But before we do that, after each guest, there's going to be some different commercials that we're going to see. That's also going to give you more information on other ways that you can make money. So we can partner together. We can partner together on retirement, right? We're thinking about retirement now. We're thinking about our children now. How do you want your children to, what example actually are you setting for your children as they get older? They want to be able, we can't teach what we don't know. So if we don't know how to survive past retirement, then we're passing down the wrong information. Let's start learning how to pass down the right information. All right. I love everyone. I love you. I love you. And this is why I take the time out and develop this platform for you. So right after this commercial break, we'll be ready for our first guest. See you soon.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait? Go VIP now and get the recordings today.
Awesome. If you have not upgraded and registered for even if you're watching the repeat, if you're watching the replay, which will only be up for a little bit, you still have that opportunity to upgrade to VIP. Now, the first video that you saw, listen, you'll see more information about trading, right? So you'll see that. So I'm mentioning that word, trading the financial market. So without any further ado, man, I have the opportunity and the privilege to actually work with this gentleman. I wanted to start off showing you an example of how you can teach and also prepare for your retirement. It's all about the bottom line. It's about the dollar. Remember, you don't need age to retire. You just need money to retire, to supplement how you live. And remember, teachers, you are talented. You just need to capitalize on that. So Mr. Alvaro Plaza is actually from Cali, Colombia. He's been here for a couple of years here in the States. His background is actually industrial engineer. And I see that quite often where a lot of people did not major in education. I myself am one of them, did not major in education, but came over into education. That's how you know we really love what we do. came over into education. So he's an industrial engineer. That's his background into project management. Been teaching now for about 5 years here in the States. But he's also an entrepreneur. I just love his energy when he is in the school, when he comes. I love his energy. And he is a professional chef. Him and his wife are in business together. So it's nothing like having the family together with you. Him and his wife has actually been married for 23 years. That is stability right there. They have three lovely children, and they've been cooking together for over 5 years. So, without any further ado, I want to bring to the platform Mr. Alvaro Plaza. Mr. Plaza, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Good morning, everyone. Thank
Ah,
you. Thank you for having me here and let me to share my experience.
awesome, awesome. So, tell me about your coming to the United States. How did you get here from Colombia?
I graduated back in 1999 as an industrial engineer, and I came to the United States supposedly to do an MBA, a Master Business Administration.
Okay.
But it looks like I didn't research well, and I ended here in the United States without having the opportunity to do the MBA because I didn't have the right papers, the right legal papers. I have to stay here because going back to my country, it was difficult for me to get a job, to get where I wanted to be. That's how I came to United States. I started in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, wow. Okay. So wait a minute. You got here, but it was illegal to go back to your country?
It was difficult to get the legal papers to study the MBA here. It was
Oh,
very
okay.
difficult.
Okay. I got you. I
But
got you.
but,
I'm getting
but
ready to
I
say.
yeah, but I came legally as a tourist.
Okay.
But going back, it wasn't the a option for me.
Okay.
I need to extend. I didn't know the language too. I have a language barrier at that time.
Okay. Well, you have adjusted and we can understand you very well. I know that I hear when people speak Spanish, I hear that deep rust sound,
Yeah.
I was like, so you're good. That when did you get into cooking?
Uh, um, to get to cooking, it has been, you need to go to the beginning of everything. I'm gonna tell you kind of my story, my storyline, uh, to show you and to prove you that you need to try many things until you hit something. If you like it, you stay. If you don't like it, you go away.
Hmm.
Okay. In 1999, I had to. I started working on the street. Believe it or not, as a professional engineer, selling those necklaces that you break and pop up with light. I did that one day. It probably I was ashamed. It wasn't for me. Okay. Then I started working in a restaurant as a busboy. Then working in a club as busboys too. Okay. But after 2 or 3 months, I was studying English. I was making little money. I saw one guy taking photos with a Polaroid in 2000, and he was selling those photos for $10, and he sell a night probably from 20 to 30 photos. That means 200 or $300 in one night,
Hmm.
and I was making $300 in 2 weeks.
Hmm.
I said, interesting. I could do that. Uh, in the following week, I bought a Polaroid with a film of 5 rolls that I bought it in Costco. I invest $100,
Okay.
okay, from my paycheck,
Okay.
and I went to a restaurant and I asked for the owner and asked him tell him that I have a photography business. doing this in nightclubs and restaurants. I was lying. It's a was white line to get me my feet into the place. He let me get into the his restaurant to take photos, and I start making $200 a night taking photos in 2 days, $400. 2 days.
Yeah.
That little action shift my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I am not a photographer, but I'm making the money that I need.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
After that, people start knowing me and telling me, you are a good photographer. I say, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I start taking photography classes at community college. In a month, my life changed a lot because I get 2 or 3 customers in Los Angeles, very famous, a mariachi band. They were nominated to a Grammy, and I used to work in his place. I was making a lot of money.
Yeah. you,
I'm
you
telling you
you
right now.
ready to say that, Ma. You change your
I'm
mind
telling
about saying that.
yeah, I passed from going to live with my mom to rent an apartment in Los Angeles in West Hollywood in
Mm,
1 month because of business, because I explore something that I didn't know that I have, photography, and it
mm-hmm.
works.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. More money and less time. Then
More money, less time.
let's come to the teacher. That's my kindergarten. Then in 2008, with the recession and the technology and the cell phones, photography for me was kind of going down, 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 down. And I started looking for options. And I moved from Los Angeles to Houston, looking for a different life, quality of life.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, let's teach. It looks like it's good. I will have time with my son. Um, I will make the same money every year, but I will have time with my family, right? I
Okay.
did that the first year, I was happy.
Okay.
The second year, my I was kind of I was a little sad about the money because I wanted to make more money
Mm-hmm.
and I knew I can make more money.
Yeah.
And I said after 3 years, I quit my job as a teacher back in 2013,
Okay.
and I started working as an engineer here in Houston. I
Okay.
already have my citizenship,
Okay.
uh, and I started working in oil and gas, big money.
Yeah.
But oil and gas is up and down, up and
Right.
down.
I
And
remember
I,
that.
in my first layoff, I was kind of ah, what happened? I was
Mm-hmm.
making a lot of money and now I am zero. I need
Mm-hmm.
to do something. And I bought a equipment to record sports. I love sports.
Okay.
It's a high tripod, and I became a professional sports videographer. I bought that machine. I remember that $5,000 with the money that I get from my taxes. And my wife was telling me, "Are you crazy? That's we can save that money that will help us to survive while you get a job again." I said,
Yeah.
"No, that will help us to make more money."
Right.
I I spent 2 or 3 months filming games for free because nobody wants to pay me those games.
Mm-hmm.
But I keep going to film the games, and every time that I was not making money because I didn't sell any games, I said to me, I was reflecting, I need to change my speech or what's going on. I started analyzing everything.
Okay.
And after 2 months, I realized when and where I need to be to film the games. And and let me tell you a short story.
Okay.
I know when it's a tournament, it's finals, I made from 500 to $1,000 in one day
Hmm.
with that machine. That machine has been with me like 8 years. That
Yeah.
means that equipment already paid for himself.
Wow.
Then I came back to oil and gas, another job. I was excited, big money again, lay
Mhm.
off again.
Wow.
I say, oh my God, I need to find something else because sports is not every year for me to make money. I need something, but I was thinking every day, this exercises for you. Think every day, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, but every single day. Make it an exercise. And your mind start building a muscle about, uh, about a business.
Mm-hmm.
Then the universe is gonna bring you, is gonna knock your door, telling you, hey, you could do this, because you are thinking constantly in a business. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's a key.
Okay.
My wife celebrated my birthday 6 years ago, and she said, hey, let's, what kind of food we can offer to our guests? I said, I don't know. And she looked, hey, let's do paellas. I said, okay. We bought a pan, a big pan. It's a Spanish dish, okay? Make or yellow rice and whatever you want protein you want to put in the yellow rice.
Yes.
We have a big party, 40 people. The next day, I was asking my wife, "Hey, do you have any leftovers that way I can, reheat it and cook and eat it?" Say, "No, everything is gone. Look, the pan is empty." And I told her, "Wow, empty? That's a business." But every time I'm telling my wife, that's a business, that's a business. If I go to a restaurant, I am analyzing everyone who is
Mhm.
selling, who is doing something, how people is making money.
Okay.
And she said, "You crazy? Everything for you is a business." I say, "No, probably this is a good business. What about this? Let's create a business about paellas, and it's gonna be your business." And my wife was saying, "No, you want me to be in a kitchen cooking all the time?" I say, "No, no, no, it's a business. Probably it's gonna be our family business."
Mm-hmm.
She say, "No, no, 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 no." Okay. But I keep working on the business. And on Harvey, I remember on Harvey, that everybody was probably 1 or 2 weeks at home because of
Mm-hmm.
Harvey.
Yeah.
And that week I create a logo, I create the marketing, I create the website, really simple website, everything, the social media. And the name of the business is San Fermin Paellas. Okay. San
Okay.
Fermin is a popular name in Spain. It's like the rodeo in one city called Pamplona in Spain.
Okay.
That's why the name. I bought a uniform and everything. And prior to that, I was cooking. Every time that we have party with my friends, I say, "Hey, I can cook. I know how to do paellas." And I start cooking paellas, paellas, paellas. You know, when you do it one time, you don't know so well. But when you do it 30 or 40 or 50 times, like when you are teaching, you do
Yeah.
it many times, you know
Right.
how to do it,
Right.
period.
Right.
And after 33 paellas with my friends, hanging with my friends, a friend told me, "Hey, it's my birthday. I want a paella, but I'm gonna pay you." I say,
Mm-hmm.
"Really? Oh, that's a man. I am starting my business. That would be a great idea." And I went to my friend, dressed professionally, uniform and everything, and we did our first paella in my friend's house, and it was a success.
Wow.
I remember when he paid me $600, my money got the money and say, "That's my business."
Wow.
But remember, if you choose a business, if you know where are you going, what is going to be the future of that business, don't worry about the beginning about making money. At the beginning, probably you don't make money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if you have faith in that business, you will make money long the run. If you are disciplined and if you keep hitting that
Mm-hmm.
business.
Mm-hmm.
That's no good luck. It's not nothing like that. It's not destiny. It's discipline, and that you are there. And has been 5 years, and I said to my wife, "Hey, only paellas? Let's do something different. Let's do churrascos."
Mm-hmm.
Churrasco is a Brazilian way to cook the meat in Spain, kind of fogo de chao or Texas do Brasil.
Okay.
similar concept.
Okay.
And I start looking into that idea, and I contact one guy who sell the equipment in Mexico DF, Mexico. And I call him, hey, I know you sell the equipment. I know you do catering. I would love to buy you an equipment, but I need you to teach me how to do it.
Oh, okay.
And he told me, yes, of course. When are you coming? Yeah, I said, whenever you have a party, let me know and I will go to Mexico. He called me 3 weeks later. Hey, I have 2 or 3 parties in a weekend. Come to Mexico. I bought the ticket without knowing him. I
Wow.
went to Mexico DF. I introduced myself. He showed me his production shop, and I bought the equipment, $3,000. And he took me to the places to work with him. I worked with him without any pay. I didn't want any pay. I filmed everything. I filmed
Mhm.
everything on the party, the preparation of the event, during the event, and after the event. I record everything. That way I have kind of visual evidence and I will not forget about what he did.
Right.
I came back to Houston. The equipment came. Another 6 months cooking with my friends free with equipment. Again, my wife was telling me, you spend all that money to be partying and not making money. I say,
Mhm.
okay, don't worry.
Yeah.
After 1 year with that equipment, that's my most profitable business, churrascos, because it's a high ticket.
Mhm. Mhm.
And right now I do paellas and I do churrascos after 5 years. And after 5 years, I can say right now that I am even with my teaching salary. Only in a couple, I only work Friday and Saturday and Sunday, 3 days in that business.
Right.
That's it.
Mhm.
And now my oldest son, who is Sebastian, he's 22 years, he's working with me and I pay him.
Mhm.
He's knowing the business. And
Mhm.
I have other 2 kids, Daniel and Sophia. They are 10 and 5 years old. That I'm thinking if I keep growing my business, more people is gonna know me, and the more time I stay in business, the more people are gonna call me.
Right.
And when I am very old, they can keep up with the business. It's
Right.
only weekends. That means they can have a regular job Monday to Friday, and this can be a good hustle for them.
Right. So let's start to unpack because you have said a lot. So let me unpack some of the things that you said and so we can expound on it.
Sure,
I
sure.
got a lot of notes. First thing I wrote down, um, you invested your tax returns. So let's
Yes,
talk about this a little bit because we're coming up on that season again, and people get their tax returns, and people are buying televisions and you know electronics, whatever it is, PS5 for the kids. But I said this earlier. You cannot teach what you don't know. Or actually, let me put it like this. You teach what you know. So if you are teaching your children, okay, boom, every time we get some money, you get a PS5, or every time we get some money, you get something, some kind of toy.
yes,
So it looks like there's a different mindset in your household. And I like that you just stepped out on faith. You used that word earlier. Your wife is saying, we need that money to do something else. And you're saying, no, just wait and see. I'm going to take this money, I'm going to invest. And you did your travel. You went to Mexico. You didn't know this guy, but you knew it was a learning opportunity. How how do you think like that? Where does that courage come from for you to take your tax return? A lot of people's tax returns. I mean, I've seen some people's tax return. My dad used to do taxes, and I've seen people tax returns 5 digits. Lots of money. Well, how do you get the courage to take your whole tax return and invest it on business that you don't even know what it's going to do? How do you do that? Where does that courage come from?
I think you know, you need to invest something. You need to invest time, and you need to invest money in education. That is important in education to try to make the trip faster.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get education for a professional people who know about the business, probably you do it by trial and error until you are you know how to do it, but it's gonna take longer.
Gonna take longer.
That's why I invest the money in training and equipment
Mm-hmm.
because I know that's gonna I invest one time,
Mm-hmm.
but it's gonna help me for many years.
Exactly.
It's
So I
it's
get.
simple. It's as simple as that. And always, if I'm going to pay for something, like I pay for something big, it makes me money or not. It will make me money or not.
Yes.
If it will not make me money, I will not spend a lot of money. If it's for entertainment, something cheap.
Yeah.
But it's for making me more income to my house,
Mm-hmm.
I will invest. Sometimes, now I'm thinking in a equipment that is $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
But I've seen other people with the same equipment
Mm-hmm.
do over 100,000 a year.
Yeah.
That means if you see, I have another phrase. If you see other people is doing it,
Yeah.
you can do it.
You can do it.
Simple as that.
Simple as that. So you just develop, you have to step out on faith. So listen, we're talking to teachers, we're talking to everybody that's tuning in. You have to step out on faith. That's how faith works.
Sure.
Faith does not work by you being scared.
Right.
So you can't be scared of taking a tax return, for example, instead of buying toys and TVs and whatever it is that we buy, but spend that money so that you can continually make money. And I like the fact that you said education versus trial and error. And I think some people give up because they're doing the trial and error, trying to be cheap, not paying for the education. Oh my goodness, that was a revelation right there. Stop being cheap and pay for the education to get you faster to where you want to be, whatever that
Exactly.
is. And you pay for
Exactly.
the education. You pay for a flight to Mexico. You pay for you recorded the whole thing. Somebody personally taught you. You worked for him with no pay. So to learn the business, to learn how he cooks. I mean, who would do that? Fly somewhere to somebody that they really don't know. He saw you what on social media? Did he see you on social
Yeah,
media?
I saw him in YouTube,
On
and that's
YouTube.
what.
Okay, well, YouTube where you learn everything, right? Instead of strolling on TikTok, right?
Yes.
We could spend, you've seen those TikTok videos where somebody, it was morning time and they
Hmm.
strolling, and then it's nighttime, they still strolling because that time go by real fast.
Yeah, sure.
You've wasted a whole day on TikTok. The people on TikTok that you're watching is making money, but you just strolling. So we want to get you. So you said think every day. That's what I wrote
Yes.
down. You
Yes.
have
Think
to
every day.
think it in your mind everywhere you went. Yeah, I guess your wife was like, man, every time we go somewhere, he's always thinking about business. But that's called meditation. When you meditate on something over time, you begin to get the answers. You begin to get revelation. So I like that what you said that I wrote that down. Having a business mindset. So if you want to go into business, if you want to make an additional stream of income, you have to start thinking business minded. And that comes through meditation. I wrote that note down. And then you took advantage of your time off doing Harvey. So you didn't complain, right? You were laid off several times with the oil and gas, laid off several times. But
Three
instead of
times.
complaining, three times, instead of complaining, you had that mindset, okay, here's what we're going to do. You took advantage of that time off. Go into more about your time, this mindset that you have to have. Let's spend a little bit more time on that, just a little bit more, because that's what's going to set that sets the stage. That's the beginning of you going into and you specializing in your craft. Because I want every teacher to know you're talented already.
Sure.
You're
And
talented already.
let me tell you, that's the first step, thinking, 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 and researching.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the opportunity comes to your door, you need to execute.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Ah,
where people get scared
yeah.
and everything stay in your mind. And I have a phrase for me,
Okay.
and the phrase is, I don't wanna, I don't wanna die knowing that I didn't do what I wanted to do,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I don't think if I not succeed
Mm-hmm.
as a failure, because
You don't even
if
think that way.
if I try, if I try and not succeed,
Mm-hmm.
I am thinking why I didn't succeed and how this is gonna help me to another thing.
Ah,
That's a different way to see. You don't stop. You have failure in a business and you stop and you don't do it again because the last experience was bad. You
was
don't do
bad.
that.
Right.
The approach is, this business didn't work. This is the reason why it didn't work. Let's keep trying another one. Let's keep looking. Keep looking.
Right.
Everything is gonna something is gonna come out that is gonna be good.
That reminds me of this book that while you was talking. It's called by John Maxwell. It's called Failing Forward. That's the title of the
Sure.
book. Failing Forward.
I'm gonna read it. I love it. I love it. The title is that's the way to think
Mm-hmm.
positive,
Mm-hmm.
very positive. Because if you are scared, you are going nowhere and you're gonna keep being frustrated all your life.
Yeah.
You need right now. I am 47. I am kind of my bucket list. I
Okay.
am. I need to do it. I need. I don't. I am scared. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
I am not scared. I'm gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
Both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Challenges. It's gonna be challenging. Don't make me wrong. I was scared,
Mm-hmm.
but I knew it have a big reward at the end of the road. I
Yes.
was scared. I was scared. Yeah, yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
was scared. But I keep going.
Yeah.
At the beginning, you are scared. But as soon as you start looking what you want to see, you are not scared anymore. And that's with everything, all in your life. The first time you went to school, you were scared. Then you enjoy school. First time
Mm-hmm.
you went to college, you were scared. Then you love university.
Yeah.
All is that's the normal way
Yeah.
people react.
You're scared first, and then you move forward.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
that's the way you need to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, here, let me ask you this question: how do you manage your time and your family? How do you manage having your business and all the things that you do, and family time? How do you
Okay.
manage?
My I wake up really early, 4:30, 5 a.m., and I do half an hour, 1 hour before I start with my normal activities.
Mhm.
Then I teach. When I come home, I have family time, and after the kids go to bed, I have another 1 or 2 hours to do it. Saturdays and Sundays. That's
Okay.
that's my time.
Hmm.
I
Okay.
investing in my business. Nothing better than that.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I like the fact that, because remember I said earlier, you can't teach what you don't know. Now, you're teaching. I like the fact that you're teaching your children these skills, not just catering skills or cooking skills, which is good, because who knows when they may need that. All knowledge
Right.
is good.
Right.
But the fact that you are teaching them the business minded skills, how to run a business. We have our children. I have a son as well in college, and a lot of sometimes when they finish with college, um, it's hard for them to find a job. We hear this story all the time where children are uh, adults. We've gone to school for 5, 6 years,
Mhm.
regular degrees, masters, PhD, two PhDs. I have a friend that I just call her a lifelong student. I'm like, she's in school again, and uh, and then we go and do something else, and then we go back to school to figure out. We finally figured out what we want to do. And at 18 years old, 19 years old, when these children are graduating from high school, going to college, that is a huge, major decision on what you want to do for the rest of your life. That's a major decision for an 18-year-old to make. And a lot of adults go back to school because I finally figured out, what I want to do. So the fact that you are teaching your children, is your oldest son, what does he do right now?
Right now, he's only working with me, and after 4 years graduating from high school, he's thinking to start studying in a trade,
Okay. Okay.
doing a trade. Yes.
Doing a trade. So how do you feel about college, which we all went to college? This how we're degreed. We have to have a degree to teach. But in this day and time, college versus going to get a trade so I can go and work exactly with what I want to do. How do you feel about those two?
If I can come back to when I start, I will learn a trade,
Mm-hmm.
get the skill as really fast, 1 2 years, start working for someone 2 or 3 years, and then do my business. That's
Yeah.
the way I'm thinking right now. If I can come back to my past, but I think we as a teacher we are very privileged because we know how to teach,
Mm-hmm.
we know how to learn faster. We already know those two things very important.
Mm-hmm.
We have, believe it or not, we have a lot of time to learn a new skill. In
Mm-hmm.
my case, right now, I came back to teaching last year
Mm-hmm.
because it's the perfect spot. I have a secure check,
Mm-hmm.
salary,
Mm-hmm.
and I do a business on the side. I am I am
Mm-hmm.
grateful. I
Mm-hmm.
have the time. As a teacher, I know every teacher say we don't have time. We need vacation. Yeah, on those vacations, you can nurture those skills that you
Mm-hmm.
want to learn.
Right. Right. Yeah, so thinking every day, so meditating on what we need to do. Don't waste, take those investments. I just love the fact that you took your tax return.
Mhm.
How about that? You stepping out on faith. You took your tax return and bought the equipment, bought the skills, bought the education so that it can take you further. I don't know how many people would do that. Some people get good, some people get big tax returns and they just waste that money. And so now when we buy toys, TVs, electronics, buy your children, all this stuff, now we're back at square one. Now we're back to paycheck to paycheck and struggling, and we're back to complaining about not having enough, and we're going back. It's an endless cycle that I want all of us, teachers and all those that are online, I want all of us to come out of this cycle. Let's talk about this cycle here. How are you breaking the cycle, Mr. Plaza? Are you breaking the cycle of paycheck to paycheck?
I think I am doing it. I'm
Hmm.
doing it. And every time that I do have that kind of extra money in my business, I'm thinking how I can keep investing not only in myself and education, but also in equipment that can make another business. I am trying to diversify. And my
Hmm.
mind right now is trying to make as many incomes as I can.
Hmm.
I am teacher. I do photography sometimes when they call me for weddings. I do photography. I do sports, videography on weekends too. Um, I do the catering, food.
Mm-hmm.
I just started last month a pizza catering trailer.
Right.
This
Right.
one is the pizza is not producing at the moment because it's just starting.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody loves pizza. I
Yeah.
will make money on that one. Five stream pump income.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. It's investing. It's taking the risk for everything. Even to to buy toys is a risk. A risk that you know you're gonna lose money
Yeah.
because you're gonna give away that toy and you're not gonna sell it
Right.
or
Right.
try. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, taking advantage. So this next tax return that's coming up, you already got something in place of what you're going to do?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. I'm working. I'm doing my planning. I'm doing my strategy. And it's simple. If I see, I use Pinterest to get ideas. I get, believe it or not, TikTok and Instagram to get ideas. If I see other people is doing it in other part of the world, in the United States, and they are making business, I can make it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Simple
Here's,
as
here's,
that.
here's a word that I've heard you heard throughout the whole presentation. Planning. That is key. I've heard you say that several times throughout our presentation here. That it takes planning. Uh,
Yes,
if you don't plan, then you plan to fail.
exactly.
And then we're still back in that circle again. We're still back in that cycle of paycheck to paycheck, and we're complaining and not breaking out of this cycle of complaining paycheck to paycheck, or these people don't pay. And we all know, we've heard the phrase, teachers don't make enough, right? We hear that all the time. But what are we going to do to break that cycle? They not
Do
going to ever pay you.
that's probably that's not gonna happen in our lifetime.
Not
That
in our
means you
lifetime,
need to
right?
do something. You
Yeah,
need to be reactive. You need to do something.
yeah.
You are good at it. You, do the brainstorming that we teach of what you are good at it.
Mm-hmm.
One, what you are good at it, and the second is what would you like to do?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you do something with passion, you are not working. You
You're
know
not
that.
working when you do it with pleasure, right?
When I do my catering,
Yeah.
I am not working because I love to interact with my customers.
Mm-hmm.
I love to serve people to cook for other people. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I didn't know. And let me tell you, I am I am a decent chef, but
Yeah.
my wife is excellent.
Yeah.
My wife is excellent cooking,
Mm-hmm.
but with talking to people, social, I am the guy,
Yeah.
and that make my business more successful.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we have that as a teacher. We have the social skills. We have it
We have it already. And our skills are transferable. So again,
exactly.
it's
I love
transferable.
it. Transferable. Yes.
We deal with children. We got a classroom full of 18 to 20 kids, and plus parents. Don't forget the parents. Now we have to deal with the parents too. So we got all these personalities, and we're so creative in the classroom, and then we leave the classroom and just go home and sit and watch TV. But if you're on this platform, if you're tuning in, we're on Facebook, and both my pages on Facebook. Listen, you that are tuning in, you have the skills. Otherwise, you would still be asleep right now.
Sure.
You would be watching TV right now. I don't know. You'd be strolling right now. You may be strolling, but at least you're listening in on how to set yourself up to earn that additional income. This is what this platform is all about. We have to know how to do that. So, Mr. Plaza, in our closing, is there anything else you want to leave for us? Anything in closing?
And my last thought is get the chance 1 year, at least 1 year, no 1 week, no a weekend, 1 year, to be very persistent, resilient, to do a hustle or a business that is gonna only benefit you.
Hmm. Hmm. So
1 year,
yeah.
give your time 1 year
Hmm.
to hustle, to learn something, to plan and execute.
Hmm.
And please let me know after 1 year what happened. And remember, failure, bad learning, how this gonna help you in the future. That's the key.
Right. So, so here's the points that I want everyone to leave from here. You got to step out on faith. That's the first thing that he says. You can't have fear. You may have fear. Now let's just get that straight.
That's normal. That's normal.
That's normal. You're gonna have fear, but faith is going and not knowing. You're gonna have to put your faith in God, whoever your God is. You gotta step out on faith. So that's the first thing. Meditate, think business mind, think every day, and capitalize on the strengths and the skills that you already have now. Education versus trial and error. Whatever it is, just pay to get the education. Whatever, don't be afraid to invest in you. All right. And we're going to take advantage of everything. Take advantage of everything. Take advantage of your time off. So, teachers, we get ready to come up on the Christmas break. That's 2 weeks that you have off. You could be meditating on how you can take advantage of your skills in your skill set. So, I do recommend that book, Mr. Plaza, John Maxwell.
Thank you. I will do it.
Failing Forward.
Failing forward.
Failing Forward. I love it. So I thank you. I know that you have an event today. I know you do, don't you?
Yes, I have 2 events.
Yes. Well, I'm going to let you go so you can get to cooking. I look forward. I thank you for that sample that you gave, that you brought for me, that seafood. But I look forward to tasting all of everything that you have made. You even got the business now with the pizza, the mobile pizza oven, the actual pizza oven that cooks, and he has the little thing, the little wooden stick, and he puts the pizza. It's awesome, man. I just love how your mind stretches and you just go for it. Like you meditate, right? And then you go for it. You execute. I love it. I love it. You have a great day.
Thank you, teachers. Feel free to send me a message if you have any question or any questions. Please, I am here to help and to share, because the more I give, the more I receive. Okay.
You're giving it away. I love it. You don't mind. I love it. You don't mind helping. So you guys see his information scrolling at the bottom of the screen, his website. We'll keep that up for a few minutes, even after we leave, so that people can get that, his website and your phone number. Boom, right there. Website, phone number. Reach out to him and his email at Yahoo. Reach out to him. He is willing, right? I love it.
I'm willing. Yes.
You said you're going to give.
Why not?
Why not? Have a great day. I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Take care. Thank you. We will be right back after this commercial break.
According to studies, there are 10 million people in the world that trade in Forex online. 95% of the retail traders lose money due to lack of skill set, mindset, and knowledge. This is a significant problem in the largest financial market in the world. However, challenging times are also the most powerful times, as they make us creative. Gone are the days when people have to face complexity that surrounds trading in the financial market. In this day and age, you can be on the 5% of profitable traders by merely copy-pasting trade ideas. Introducing Shift. Shift sprang as a simple trading app that reshaped the way people do and understand the methods of trading. Our vision and goal revolves around creating a value-driven application that is accessible to people with little to no knowledge or background in the financial market. Shift is rapidly rising as one of the world's largest platforms for anyone wanting to access the financial trading markets anytime, anywhere. It has impacted thousands of people across the globe, but it doesn't stop there. With new incorporated technology making more new integrations possible than ever before. Each component of the app was engineered and designed to allow you to focus on the trade ideas that matter to you most. The easy-to-use, clean interface is optimized for mobile devices. With Shift, you have full transparency of the trades that are currently active and receive real-time trade status updates to keep you informed. Monitor live currency tick up to the second with real-time pips tracking, giving you greater transparency and control on your risk management. Amazing features in the palm of your hands. Pipify allows copying and pasting trades directly on the MT4 app with a single tap. PipStars provides simple visual metrics of traders' reliability, achievements, risk level, and much more. The data is analyzed and produced by artificial intelligence. Currency Power Wave will enable beginners and professionals to validate any trade ideas, project currency strength or weakness, and help you make decisions on buying or selling currencies in a single glance. It turns complex analytical data into a simplified visual illustration. Currency Power Wave is created based on fundamental trading principles, and it is your daily ultimate tool to sharpen your trading skills. As Shift becomes the world's largest platform, it will redefine what's possible. This is Shift. Simple, effective, and 100% transparency.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait? Go VIP now and get the recordings today.
All right, we are back. Man, that was a great start to our summit today. And that's why I wanted him on. He dropped so many gems. He dropped so many nuggets that I hope you wrote those notes down, paid attention to that, and execute. So not only are we just getting the information, but I actually want you guys to execute. All right, so without any further ado, we want to move to the next speaker. But before we do that, let me just tell you a little bit about him. I had the opportunity to speak with him, and he comes with a wealth of knowledge. You're going to really see what I'm talking about when he comes on. So Mr. David Lewis has had experience because he was the key person in the U.S. Treasury. He worked for the U.S. Treasury. So how about that? He's a person that knows how money works. He knows how to teach us how compounding money works. And that is what is important in today's society of knowing money. So if I have the background of money and know how money works, then how about we'll be able to make more money? So he formerly worked for the U.S. Treasury Department. The specific agency he worked for is the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. So its initial OCC. It is the primary administrator of the national bank system. So David worked as the CD investment expert in Washington, D.C., where he reported to the acting controller of the currency, who is appointed for a 5-year term by the President of the United States. So his position involved working with chief executive officers, staff, and the board of directors of national banks across the country. He worked with commissioned national bank examiners to charter, license, regulate, supervise, and examine, get this, all national bank activity. David is also a recognized speaker and trainer who has extensive background and experience in small business and economic development on the local, state, and national levels. So he attended Boston University and has an MBA from Goddard College in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He shares his love for what he has learned about banking and finance, as well as money and investing while at the U.S. Treasury Department. So his focus now, though, is on teaching wealth building first principles that most people were never taught in our educational system. I don't remember going to a class about money, teaching me about money. So his topic today is the wealth formula, which he says is available to everyone willing to learn and adapt a new mindset based on proven first financial principles. So join me in welcoming to the platform Mr. David Lewis. Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic and really glad to be here. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with you and the team there in the group.
Yeah.
I really applaud what you're doing.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule. I am looking forward to this because in the introduction, we were not taught about money. We were taught to be an employee. We were taught to get up and go to work, which I have no problem with work. Everybody that's on here and tuning in across the platforms, we have no problem with working. We get up and go to the work every day, stay as long as we need to. And we do this day in and day out. But we were not taught about money. So now I know when we were talking yesterday, we were going to do a PowerPoint. Are we still doing that today?
Yes, I do have one. Yes.
Okay. All
I
right.
hope.
That's fine. I mean, because I know if we don't get it to work, I know you can flow with the other points. So and can you get it up? If not, we can put some things in the chat.
Well, let's try, and if it doesn't work as you suggest, we'll go another direction.
Yeah, we'll go another direction. So let's see. Now we practiced yesterday, so let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, I'm actually new to this platform.
I know. I love this. Is my second time going live on this platform. There we go. You did it. You did it.
Well, fantastic.
Let me ask my VA in the background. Can you see it? Is it good on your end? Thumbs up. He got a thumbs up.
Fantastic.
Good.
Well, let's roll, and hopefully at the end, I'll leave a little time for us to revisit on some of these points. You do such an excellent job of summarizing and interacting with your presenters on this platform that I'm excited about the possibility of that as well. And of course, I don't know if we have time for questions, but I probably not. But certainly,
we'll make some time. We'll see how the time goes.
Yeah, well, folks can post it in the chat is what I was going to suggest. And we'll maybe try to address them in if we have time at the end. If they're already posted in the chat, we can go through them.
Okay, we'll do. And we'll be checking the chat.
And I suspect I'm going to raise some questions. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to thank Vivian wholeheartedly for all that she's doing and the leadership that she's shown in the space. And I got a call, and she called and said, would I be willing to do so to visit with you this morning? And I said, well, quite honestly, I jumped at the opportunity because since retiring from the U.S. Treasury Department, I began to put together ideas and concepts and notes of all the experiences that I gained. And so what I want to do this morning is sort of bring some of those to you in a way that I actually have been attempting to share with my children, is do exactly what and how money works, what in fact are the knowledge, skills, and abilities that the wealthy teach their families that the poor and middle class just do not. And I think, Vivian, you nailed it when you said a wealth class, finding a wealth class. I've never seen a wealth class. I actually, as you mentioned, attended college and grad school and majored, minored in accounting, and all that, those years of education experience, not one wealth class have I ever seen offered.
Right.
And so I'm going to try to give you some of the benefits of just certainly what I've learned working with wealthy people in banks.
Okay.
The actual agenda I have is to cover basically three categories or three areas. I want to talk about wealth principles. I want to share with you what I've developed as a wealth quadrant, and then I want to close with giving you some money and banking ideas that I think are worth spreading. So let me go ahead and jump right into it and get started. And I have to start with asking a question of all of us that are on this call this morning. And the question is, are you working harder for your money? Just to cover the basics. You have to stop and think, what is going on with our money? The idea of actually going to school, get a good job, get a good education, get good grades, come out and get a safe, secure, stable job. I did. And unfortunately, I was blessed enough to go through and end up at the U.S. Treasury Department. But I got to tell you, all I did in that whole process essentially was meet expenses and at the level of the quality of life of the income that I had. And don't get me wrong, I had a good salary. But here's what's happened. I want to share with you that since 1913, when the dollar was created, the dollar has lost 95% of its total value. When you stop and think about it, we have to ask what's going on with our money. And sort of what, in fact, is the general perception for most people is that the dollar, in fact, buys less, when in reality, it's the purchasing power of the dollar that has gone down to now in the neighborhood of 3 to 4% of the purchasing power that it had at its inception.
Wow.
How do we know this? Well, let's take a look at one of the things that you all can do. And at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, they keep what we call as an inflation calculator. See, inflation is essentially the actually devaluation of our dollar. And this calculator, which you can actually go in and they have a calculator, you can put the numbers in. And I put in $1,000. What would $1,000 buy in the year of 2000? In the year 2000, what could you get for 1,000? Well, what would it take to buy that same amount of goods and services today? It would take $1,763 to buy the same thing that in 2020, $1,000 would buy. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Would buy. And I'm sorry, in the year 2000. But I was floored when I saw this, and you can go see the two. So I said, well, let me look at another year. And I went back to 1999, and it got even higher. It would take $1,800 to buy the same things. So what in fact is happening, we perceive that the price of goods and services is going up, but the reality is the value of the dollar is going down, and we actually are able to get less purchasing power with the dollar. So if you believe the documentation beats conversation, here it is. We essentially are losing ground with the earnings that we're getting. So now I want to share with you the impact of that, because what we know, and certainly what the experts say, is that most Americans are failing financially. See, 93% don't earn a living wage good enough to support their families. 97% retired dependent on family and friends. And most of us do not have $1,000 in savings and can't stand a $400 emergency. On top of that, if you took 100 people, and this is the research that was done that document this, if you took the average of 100 people today, there's one person who ends up and lives their lives to end up wealthy. 2 of them are financially independent. But look at the rest. 5 still working at age 65. 28 dead. and 65 dead broke. All of this, ladies and gentlemen, is leading us to the point that we hear in the news, the problem of the income gap. Well, I want to suggest to you that the income gap is just a symptom. The real problem is the wealth gap. There's a huge financial problem in this country, and we all have impacted by it both personally and collectively. It is the growing wealth gap that is happening on both ends of the dollar. Evaluation of the money by the Federal Reserve Bank, which allows our dollars to buy less, as you saw in the previous page. And of course, they continue to print money so that our money buys less. I like to think of it like if you were in a restaurant and you had a cup of sweet tea sitting on the table, and the waitress comes by, and every time you drink some tea, she comes by and fills it up with some unfiltered water. And of course, every time you take a drink, she puts more water in. Well, what's the value of the sweet tea by the time you finish your meal? The reality is it's completely lost its value. Right. And that's what happens when the Federal Reserve Bank continues to print money, making our money less and less. If something is rare, it's worth more. But if there's an abundance of it, it's worth less. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we refer to today as the wealth gap. Now, the wealth gap certainly has its issues, and we can see them in just really what's happening in the total assets that are owned by families. You see, if you took the total of all the assets owned by all the families here in the United States, it would come to about $150 trillion in assets. And if you divide that by the actual total population of this country, that would mean that every person should have in the neighborhood of about $343,000 per person in assets. So for a family of three should have assets on average of around $1 million. But what we also know is that there are 614 billionaires here in the United States. That means there's a whole bunch of people that aren't getting theirs. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the wealth gap. The wealth gap, quite essentially, is something that most people would say, well, the billionaires are taking it. No, I don't have any problem with wealthy people or people are pursuing wealth. And the reason essentially is I want to know what they're doing and help teach other people exactly what they're doing so they can do it too. Right. The point is that the wealth gap is solved by some people and they're on the right side of it. And there's a whole bunch of us that are not. And I want to suggest to you that I believe the wealth gap is a knowledge gap. You just need the information. You see, wealth offers its owners many things in life that everybody wants. You see, some people, when you hear the word wealth, they kind of get upset, or they've been told that wealth is something that you ought not pursue, or wealth is bad, or I mean, all the other things we say about wealth. But wealth offers its owners freedom, independence, security, and most importantly, time. And when you think about the fact that everybody wants wealth and the benefits it provides, we have to also ask the question, why don't more people have wealth? I want to suggest to you that there is an answer. And the answer is found, quite honestly, in the reality of that most people are stuck in what I call the vortex of working poverty. They rely on old information that they currently have or receive from their parents or grandparents in a world that has already changed and is passing them by. And they've not moved with those changes. So when I think about exactly where we are, I want to ask, what are your chances of becoming wealthy? Now, I'm going to just give you a little exercise, if I can, real quick, and I'll come back at the end of our presentation and ask.
Okay.
I'll give you with this a little scenario. You have heard back from an attorney who's working for you, and he's let you know that you have a settlement coming. This is a settlement that's going to be in the neighborhood of $5 to $10 million that you're about to receive in the next week or two. And I want you to take a pen and paper, write down the 3 things that you're going to do with that money. Now, this is not a right or wrong answer. This is just you writing down quickly the first 3 things that you want to do with that money when you receive it. And I'm going to call come back a little bit later, and I'm going to try to help you answer that question after you've actually heard the information I have to share this morning. But I want to let you know that you need a plan for wealth. And I want to ask the question, what is your plan for becoming wealthy? You see, it starts, in my opinion, with a mindset. And a wealth mindset essentially says there's a wealth of knowledge in the world, but very little knowledge of wealth. We want to try to close in on that a little bit today. Also, we know as well that money and the wealth gap is just your need for information. And with the correct information, you can use money to, in fact, close in and build wealth for you and your family. And I want to share with you the summary of the whole of the issue when it comes to money and banking. And that is that every financial principle that you don't know or have not learned or have not been taught is being used against you to build wealth for other people, and specifically those in the banking system. See, the banking system was actually not made for the population of the United States. It was made for and by fat cat bankers that built the banking system to profit. They weren't doing it out of benevolence. They were doing it to make money, and it's been operated that way ever since. So when you think about what is the impact of this change in mindset, in order to help you better understand wealth and how to acquire it, we have to start with looking at the other side of the ledger, and that's poverty. And you've got to ask the question, what is poverty? Well, I believe because wealth is a knowledge-based condition, the state of mind of poverty, people in poverty, is often is that they're insufficient in clarity, they're inferior in focus, and they lack the proper execution to produce the desired outcomes that they want for their family. And I'm not suggesting that anybody on this call is in this category. Certainly all of you, in fact, are here are trying to do something about it. But if you think about what poverty is, it's limited knowledge, information, and education. And those who believe strongly in things of the past, those who, in fact, are stuck in this cycle that, in fact, has so many families have been caught up in. You know, I thought about, in fact, what, in fact, is the legacy that wealthy people leave and the legacy. Well, it really floored me when I began to realize, guess what? Poor people leave a legacy too. It's just a legacy of the lack of wealth, of the lack of the means by which to live the quality of life they desire. So you ask, why are we in a position? Because we have not taken the right actions to get the knowledge we need to succeed. And we do that by leveraging time and money that we have. And so when you think also about the impact of poverty, I think our thinking is what's keeping us poor. And we want to solve for that issue. We have to begin to open our minds to understand that poverty is just a condition that, in fact, we can easily change. Now, I want to also share with you, there's two categories of poverty in my research. There's what I consider absolute poverty. That's if you lived in North Korea or some other part of the world where there's actually no opportunity whatsoever. But we live in a world where there's an abundance of opportunity, and I call that relative poverty. It's relative to the ability for you to apply yourself, get educated, and learn what you need to learn to come and move away from poverty. So I think if you can write anything down, write this one down. Working poverty is relative poverty, because we in a situation and an environment here in this country where we can actually make a change. So let's look quickly at the impact of what poverty does for us. See, the situational poverty, that's our lifestyle. There's also generational poverty, and that's what, in fact, we didn't inherit or we don't leave. But most importantly, you need to understand this. And Ms. Vivian said it many times this morning. We are in a state of working poverty where we're often living paycheck to paycheck. So now I want to begin to move into understanding what can we do about it. Well, see, in the field of science, STEM, as it's called, science, technology, engineering, and math, the most effective problem-solving concept It's called reasoning from first principles. See, principles allow us to think in the area of what is it that, in fact, we can deconstruct or look at what a problem is, take it apart, find out what works, get back to what's true, and then apply that to solving and addressing our problem. So I put together some first financial principles, and these are the many concepts that you see on this page that, in fact, are involved in me analyzing and looking at the question of what are the principles that, in fact, wealthy people have that work for them, that allow them to become millionaires, in many instances, even billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
But the gentleman that maybe many of you know, but he's well known for writing the Rich Dad Poor Dad series. His name is Robert Kiyosaki.
Yes.
If you haven't read his books, and I'm sure most of you have, if not, I encourage you to grab any and all of them that you can. You can find them often in a bookstore for $1, but they lay down and break down into real simple terms the whole nature and structure of what we're talking about when we're talking about wealth. So here's one of the major themes that he brought forward to help shed light on exactly what we're talking about when we talk about financial literacy. You see, there are three financial statements or in the world of business and finance. There's the income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. And he's put together a breakdown with this particular chart that I want to explain to you to help you understand just exactly what's happening when what we do with our money. The first column on the left is a income statement and a balance sheet of a poor person. A poor person gets income in, whatever source they get it from, and they go out and they actually expense or spend all the income that they get. Mm-hmm. Now, I come from a rather large family. I'm my mother's middle child, and I'm number 7. And when you think about my dad coming home with his paycheck, because he was the only one who was actually working, mm-hmm. My mom was obviously taking care of kids. The paycheck he brought home was already spent.
Wow.
So I never got a chance to sit at the table and talk about all the things that, in fact, could be done with money. All mm-hmm. I knew is that it came in and it went right back out the door. So it came in as income and went out expenses. But the income, as I began to graduate from college, I moved into this middle category of a person with a middle income position. And their income for a middle income position, which is this middle column, the income comes in, and what do middle income people do? They go out and buy liabilities, and the liabilities they buy then have to be paid for. So all the money is expense paying for the liabilities to support the desired quality of life, not the one we can afford. We go after the one we desire, and we do that with debt. But I want you to look at the column to the right. This is the income statement of a rich person. Income comes in, and what do they do with it? They move as much of it as they possibly can onto their balance sheet as assets. You see, Robert Kiyosaki coined this term, and he identified what assets are. Assets put money in your wallet, and liabilities take money out. And I believe this is a major reason, and not understanding is a major reason for the wealth gap. And the way that I want to explain it is that when you have no assets, you have no compounding, you have no leverage. And we're going to talk about all these terms in just a minute. But no assets to provide any level of accretion greater than that rate of inflation. You see, when you saw the consumer price index calculation, the inflation rate is taking money out of our pockets. And it's taking it currently at the rate of 8%. Now, I don't know when's the last raise that you got in your salary, but I'm going to guess it probably wasn't 8%. If it wasn't, you are losing ground, falling deeper into the wealth gap. And so the point of this all is to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have to change what we've been doing. We have to understand that the reason for the wealth gap is that no assets, no compounding, and no leverage. The other thing that is really observable, if I ask the question, what sources of income do you own? See, in my dad's day, I actually had a father that actually worked hard. He went to work every day. He was a civil servant. He had a trade that he did. He was actually a welder that worked in the arsenal and then for the Navy in welding on ships. But he only had that one source of income. And I'm going to suggest to you that's another reason why so many of us are falling deeper into the wealth gap, is that we only have and rely on one source of income. So I ask you now, who is responsible for your income? And of course, most people are going to say, I am.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you that's the problem.
Mm.
I ask you the question, who's responsible for Bill Gates' income? Who's responsible for Elon Musk's income? Who's responsible for Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is there are thousands of people that are responsible for the income of every one of those individuals. What have they done? They've captured the other two categories of income. Not only do they have earned income, they have passive income, and they have portfolio income. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where we begin to move into understanding the wealth principles that we've never taught in school. And one of them is that you need to have multiple streams of income. So let's look at what those principles are. And I'm going to break this down quickly because it's really essentially my take on exactly what are the four categories of activity that we need to engage in and understand if we want to break out of the wealth gap and break the wealth cycle or the legacy of wealth for our families. It starts with you understanding this. Wealth is the goal, not income. We've got to chase income. And if you're out there chasing income, guess what? It's like the rabbit. It's pretty hard to catch.
Yeah.
Wealth has multiple sources. So you must be educated, but you don't have to be experienced. You can gain experience as you go. But number one, wealth is the goal, not income. Secondly, you understand what wealth is. Wealth is a measure of the assets that you own. You know, it tickles me when I see people flashing cash and some of the entertainers and artists and rappers and others who got it hanging around their neck. But they think money is cash money as well. As they say, if you can count your money, you don't have no money.
No money.
And I have to also let you know that ownership of assets is the foundation of all wealth. You see, what ownership of assets does is it puts your money to work for you, and you can't outwork your money.
Mm-hmm.
If you buy it in money, putting your money to work for you is simply called investing. And investing and the assets formula for wealth is essentially the accounting equation. See, they tell you right up front, assets equals liabilities plus net worth. And when you think about taking this and applying it to every business, everything that's done financially in this country is based on this equation, assets equals liabilities plus net worth. They're telling you it's all about assets. And the fourth quadrant, or principles of the wealth quadrant, essentially is that wealth has a strategy and needs a strategy. And that strategy is this. Money is an earning tool, not a spending tool. If you come from a moderate, medium, or even poor family, you've only seen money like me. I've only seen money used as a spending tool. I was never taught how to use money as an earning tool. And that's the thing that you need to understand and need to change the paradigm in your life, that investing is putting your money to work as an earning tool. Now, I'm going to come back a little bit later and tell you a little bit more about the nature and the functions of money. But trust me that this is, in fact, a key element that if you can capture as number 4 is wealth building. What is wealth building? Wealth building essentially is converting income into income producing assets. In developing income from more than one source, you got to separate the hours worked from your income earned. I want to suggest to you one of the major reasons why we are living in relative poverty is because we are dependent on the hours that we have. Now, all of us essentially have the same amount of hours. So if you can't increase the hours that you work, and of course, to live a balanced life, you should work 8, sleep 8, give your family and your life 8. life activities aid. And so we're left in the position of needing to understand what are we doing beyond those hours that in fact are helping us build more income to acquire more wealth. Let me just summarize these 3 points so you can really capture them. You can do a screenshot or write them down. And it's this: wealth is the goal, not income. You need a plan and a path to get to where, in fact, you have acquired or accumulated wealth, and that's investing. That's putting your money to work for you. Understand that wealth is the assets that you own. More assets, more wealth. It's the measure of wealth. Let me tell you a quick story. I worked one of my early jobs after graduating college. I moved down to Louisiana. I became head of the accounting department for the transit system. I then moved into actually running a real estate development firm that was set up by the 12 banks in the Louisiana town that I actually worked. Those banks provided financing for the development of this corporation. And after a few years of working, I went to one of the offices of the president of the bank, actually, who was actually the president of the board of directors of the corporation that I ran. And I told him I was interested in investing in some real estate. You know what he said to me? He said, "We were wondering when you're going to wake up and when you're going to learn." And he told me what to do. He told me, go home, prepare a financial statements. Bring me back your financial statements. Of course, with an accounting background, I was able to do that. But I brought back my financial statements. And to make a long story short, in the next 5 years, I ended up with $1 million portfolio of real estate. And all I ever did was walk in the bank and provide them with my financial statements. See, he forced me to get organized, to get structured. And I want to suggest to you that if you don't have a financial statement, that's one of the first things or the next things that you need to do to get prepared, because that's how banking works. People who, in fact, have money, they don't walk in and fill out a credit application. They walk in and put their financial statements on the table.
Mhm.
That is that they understand that wealth has an equation.
Mhm.
You take that equation, it's the same assets equals liabilities minus net worth. And the 3 financial statements that everybody needs to have personally is the income statement, a cash flow statement, and a balance sheet. Now, the experts tell you to go out and do budgeting. Well, I want to suggest you that's not going to get you to wealth. That's just going to help you address the issue that most people think we have with our spending. But in reality, we all actually do best when we focus on the right things. And the right things is your balance sheet. That's where your wealth lies. And you learn wealth building tools by actually developing these 3 financial statements for yourself. You see, to do the balance sheet, you simply take all the assets that you own, list them, take all the liabilities that you have, list them, and then subtract one for the other. And that tells you what your wealth is, your net worth. And quite honestly, this exercise, when you focus on that balance sheet, you begin to understand the power of owning assets. Because if you want that balance sheet to grow, you've got to acquire more assets. Okay. So the last principle, again, is wealth building. And that's converting income into income producing assets. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I just want to let you know that, in fact, the story was that Shaquille O'Neal was asked by a reporter. He said, "Shaq, you're a wealthy guy," and he went on to ask his question. Shaq interrupted him and said, No. I'm not wealthy. I'm rich. The guy who writes my check, that's the guy that's wealthy."
Mhm.
Shaq understood that wealth is the guy who owns the asset, that owns the team. Shaq is just getting paid. Even though he's rich, he wasn't wealthy because he actually had somebody else who, in fact, had the wealth that was paying him. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to share with you most importantly, that if you want to get money as an issue out of your life, get ownership of compounding assets into your life. Ladies and gentlemen, a few more ideas. You want to stop living paycheck to paycheck? Well, here's what you got to do. Simply use your current income as an earning tool. not a spending tool first. Because you do that by investing income to acquire income producing assets. Secondly, you use those assets as your store of value, not savings. You see, savings are to protect you in an emergency. And quite honestly, savings also exposes your money to the inflation rate that's eating it up at 8% currently. And it gives you absolutely no growth. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in a minute. But the point I want you to take away is that money has multiple functions that often most people never taught. That store of value, that's your fiat money savings. And of course, I think most of you know that fiat is essentially just money that has actually backed by nothing other than the force, the good faith of the United States government. They decoupled it from gold years ago. And so, in fact, its only value is what the government says it is. And of course, that can change at any given time. And so, when you think about using money as a store of value, you have to create something else beyond the fiat dollar if you really want to create value. And that's an investment portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
I hear people talking about their portfolio. If you don't have one, you're not moving into building wealth for you and your family. Don't focus on your savings, focus on your portfolio. And of course, money also functions, in addition to being a store of value, as a unit of account. And that's how we get our valuation. We say something is worth $1. Dollar is the standard of the unit of account of valuation of the goods and services we all exchange. But lastly, and this is the one that we all know, we use money as a medium of exchange. And that's essentially, I like to think of the store of value being your savings and investments, the medium of exchange being your checking account. And when you think about all of those three elements, Lily, you begin to understand, ladies and gentlemen, you begin to understand the functions of money. So here's the formula to summarize it all. You want to build wealth. Well, what everybody wants is a lifestyle of wealth for you and a legacy of wealth for your family. 3 steps. 1, capture multiple streams of income. Do not simply rely on your job, but get another stream of income that, in fact, you can also leverage into actually step number 2 is that converting all the income and wages that you get to acquire more assets. And then thirdly, and this is where it gets powerful, and this is where the wealth gap gets separated, is that when you do that, those assets can compound, and your income producing assets will actually build your wealth and through the actual growth of those assets. These 3 steps are the formula. So you compound and grow your income producing assets until your assets produce enough income that you no longer need to work. Now, who wants that?
I do.
Suggest to you that I think everybody does.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, when you think about what it took to get there, you follow these 3 simple steps. You took the income that you have and converted as much of it as you possibly can into assets. And then those assets then go to work for you to produce more wealth. And when those assets go to work for you, you let your assets buy the things you want. You let your assets produce the lifestyle you want. You let the assets buy your trip. You let your assets pay for the car. You begin to actually have something working for you that is so powerful that, in fact, you are going to have a changed life. Now, one of the things we also experienced is that some people look at wealth and money, and they look at it negatively. They look at people who have wealth, or guess what? Your family is still going to love you, but whether you're wealthy or you're not. But quite honestly, you can love them back more if you have some wealth.
Mm-hmm.
So what is this compounding thing that we talked about? What is this compounding thing that the only assets alone could do? That, in fact, if you don't have it in your life, is part of the major reason why you aren't building wealth. Well, that compounding thing was put to a question to Albert Einstein. They asked him what was the most powerful force that he had saw. Everybody thought he was going to say it was the how to calculate the speed of the growth or expansion of the universe. But what he said was compounding interest was the most fascinating thing he has seen. He's quoted as saying it's one of the 8 wonders of the world. Well,
Yeah.
why? Well, I want to suggest to you that if we, in fact, understand what compounding does, but I'm gonna go into it in just a minute. I'm gonna show you exactly what it does. But compounding assets essentially provides you with the ability to actually see growth and experience growth that you otherwise would not be able to experience. I did a little, found a little formula, and it asked the question: what if you double 2 64 times? What would the total be?
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, the number is so big that it kind of startled me, because it's $14 quadrillion of just doubling 2. So that, in fact, can be found in the calculation to determine what compounding does. And the best example is called the Rule of 72. And this is a financial principle. And you can actually go online and search for the Rule of 72. And you probably find that one of my favorite websites is called Investopedia. And it's a website that gives you examples of these and other financial rules. But the Rule of 72 essentially asks and answers the question through a formula that helps you determine how long it takes for your money to double. It emphasizes the power of compound interest over time. And you can use it to actually determine how long it's going to take for your money to double, given some variables of your interest rate and the starting amount of money. I want to just take a minute with you and go through this to help you see the power of compounding. See, the Rule of 72 also allows you to calculate an interest rate. So if you take the number of years that you want it to double, divide it into 72, you can determine what the annual interest rate is. So let me just give you an example of what that looks like. If you took $1,000 and actually got a 3% return on it, it's going to take you 24 years to reach for that to double, or to reach $2,000. But then it's going to take another 24 years at 1% interest rate for that money, for a 3% interest rate for that money to double again. So now you got $4,000. And then it's going to take another 24 years for that money to double. It's going to be paid to your grandchildren, because you and I ain't going to be around that long. But it's going to double to 8. So let me just show you what, in fact, that looks like in terms of what's happening with our money when we put it in the bank. And I may need to shift out of this. Let's see if I can get this calculation up. Nope. Let me see if I can shift out of this and actually get to my calculation. Yeah, there we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When we stop and think about what it would take for us to leave our money sitting in a savings account, for example, would we get 1%? Many of you, if you like me, in the banks I struggle with, in fact, looking at what they pay me in the interest on my savings account. At 1% interest on my $1,000 savings, or in this example, I have 2 columns, the $1,000 and the $10,000, it's going to take 72 years for my $1,000 to double. Now, I only ran my chart down to 36 years. And you see, at 36 years, that $1,000 will be $1,400. But what if I could able to get 3% interest? What would it take then? Well, at that same 24-year period, it would double here. It would double here at it would double at 24 years. And so that 3% interest, my $1,000 is going to be $2,032. But what if I could get 6% interest? Well, at 6% interest, it's only going to take 12 years for that money to double. So year 1 it's a 1060, and all the way down to year 12, I've doubled my money at 6% interest. Now, which one do you want? The 1% or the 6%? What if we did 9? If we're able to double our money in 9 years, wow, we doubled it at 9%, I should say. We doubled it in 8 years, but it gets even better. What if we can get 12% on our money? At 12%, it drops to 6 years, we double. How about 15%? At 15%, oh man, it only takes 5 years, but it keeps going. What if we could find a way to get 18% on our money? Our money, $1,000 or $10,000, which amount you initially invested, would double in only 4 years. But then it keeps getting better. You can see if we can get 21%,
Mm-hmm.
less than 4 years, 3.3, and at 24%, guess what? 3 years, our money is double. Isn't this amazing what compounding interest to do? So
That's
all we
amazing.
have to do is find a way to get 48%, right?
Right.
Our money will double in 2 years.
Right.
Now, I'm not going to suggest to you that there aren't ways to get out there to get 48%, but it's probably pretty difficult to find. And most of the instruments that we have available to us don't provide us with that kind of access to that kind of return. But you can see what's happening. You see, when you give your money to the bank, or should I put it this way? When you loan your money to the bank, this is what they do with it. They give you 1%,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're charging 9%. Quite honestly,
Wow.
they are actually getting wealthy off of your money.
Wow.
So when you leave your money sitting in a savings account,
Mm-hmm.
you can see that you actually are building wealth for the financial institutions that you leave it in.
Wow.
I want to suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's a better way. Now, let me
Mhm.
get back to my presentation, because if you capture the idea of what this represents when we talk about the power of compounding interest and why we need to own assets that compound, you can see if you can find a vehicle, you can find instruments, you can find places to put your money to get these levels of return. You can see
Mhm.
how much more. Well, will 6 years be all right for your money to double every 6 years?
I
How
take
much would you want to have working for you if you did?
yeah.
Let me go back to my presentation, because I want to summarize all of this just to get back to what, in fact, we are attempting to share with you this morning. And that is that this whole area of compounding, quite honestly, is something that we live in a time where the greatest wealth is opportunity to create wealth that's ever been in the history of mankind is there. I want to show you what's happened with the major assets that, in fact, are available to you and I over the last 10 years. What's happened with the assets? Start at the bottom of Walmart. Walmart over the last 10 years has had a 10.8% annual return. So for the last 10 years, they've actually given a return of 120%. Now think about that last chart we just looked at with the compounding.
Yeah.
How about JP Morgan, Berkshire Hathaway? What if you had bought some Apple stock? Apple has returned a 398% return on the money over the last 10 years. Amazon has done better than that. And ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin has done 18,912% return or compounding that's occurred for those people who got owned and bought Bitcoin 10 years ago. I'm showing you this to show you that there are assets out there that are performing and producing compounding for the people who own them. So
Mhm.
all of this is to say, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a place in a time where wealth has never been easier to create if you just gain the knowledge and understand the system. So here's the most important thing I want you to take away from this. That
Okay.
is, you got to change your relationship with money. You got to stop thinking of money as a spending tool and begin to use it as an earning tool. You got to also, when you learn how to use money as an earning tool, you got to actually teach these money principles to your children, and will break the cycle of generational wealth. Now,
Right.
let me just close with a couple of things that I think are really important that you take away from this. Number one, the best thing that money can buy are assets that earn more money,
Mhm.
without question. Hopefully, I've shown you that this morning.
Mhm.
The best wealth building tool you can have is your next paycheck. The challenge for you is how do you handle the money the way the wealthy handle money? Do you teach your children and grandchildren to do the same thing that you do when you understand and begin to put compounding interest to work for you? This, ladies and gentlemen, leads us all to the fact that we now have choices. We have choices to actually get involved in changing the way we relate to money, understanding the principles and applying them in our life. Because you got to ask the question that because we all have choices. What if you tried investing? What if you tried acquiring assets? It could be anything. There are multiple categories of assets, from real estate to stocks and bonds to all of all the way up to Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. And the question is, what if it worked? What if you tried this and it didn't work? Can't you go right back to where you are right now without penalty? Yeah, you can stay there. And of course, you can actually live the lifestyle that you've been living. But what if this worked and you took some money and invested it, and you invested in property, and you first educated yourself? And that's where it starts. What if it worked and you didn't try it, but you know somebody who did? Who would know? Well, you would know. You would know because the generational wealth that you wanted to pass on, what you actually ended up passing on was generational poverty.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to change exactly what that means, exactly what that is in our lives and for the lives of the loved ones that we care about.
Mm-hmm.
I have to read this disclaimer because I just want you to know that all that I shared this morning is my personal principle, my personal views. It's not meant to be financial advice or to give you financial advice to because I'm not a licensed financial expert in any sense, or someone who in fact is a certified financial planner. But we're all grown, so you in fact know these things. But I just want to make sure that you know. And I'll close with this, Ms. Vivian.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't come from a family or a legacy of wealth, a legacy of wealth must come for you. Proverbs 13:22 says, "A good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children." We need to now move into a position where we are actually building wealth for our families by learning these principles, getting involved with organizations or entities that do and provide this level of or better education. And they're all over the place. You just actually can find them everywhere.
Yeah.
So with that, I want to thank you for your time and attention and this opportunity. I'm excited to be part of this platform and have an opportunity to share this morning. Thank you, Ms. Vivian, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Wow. Mr. Lewis, my mind is blown over here. And even though I try to educate myself on wealth, educate myself on how to move forward with money, generational wealth, there's always more to be learned. So I have a lot of points. I saw questions from the chat that I pulled out. And so we'll just kind of start with the word assets. I heard that a lot.
Yes.
Wealth building, closing the gap is all about assets. And one of the questions that was out there was, what investments? Are there still investments? Like you showed us the slide where the companies, their interest, the assets that they have. Are there investments out there still paying out 9, 18, 21? Are there still investments out there?
Absolutely. Without question. They exist. And quite honestly, what we know from actually just looking at the markets is that there's two categories of investments. There's accredited investors, people who get the early stage IPO level investments, which the government put in place to protect us. But in reality, they now block us from getting access to those kinds of assets. And then there's also, I've got my little one here.
Oh, she's fine.
I don't see it.
On the plate.
I don't see no plate there.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I got your question.
Okay, no problem. And while he's doing that, listen, go ahead and give us your questions in the chat. You also see his Facebook page where you can connect with him. He is a wealth of knowledge, as you can see. He used to work for the U.S. Treasury, so he knows how money works, about owning assets. If you heard this, the word is assets. Owning assets, taking our paycheck. Look what he said. He said, your next wealth building opportunity comes from your paycheck. What are you doing with that paycheck? That's your next wealth building opportunity. So Go ahead. I'll give it back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm home alone. My little one. My wife is got graduation tomorrow.
Okay.
She's out moving around. So I'm
Hey,
home
that's
alone.
we are at home now.
Yeah,
Some people are still at home. So no,
yeah.
you're
I'm
fine.
really
She is fine.
well. Thank you. I'm really proud of her. She's getting a PhD, walking the stage to get a PhD tomorrow. So
Oh wow, that's
it's
good.
it's exciting. Uh,
Congratulations to her.
Opportunities for wealth building and owning those assets certainly starts with obviously you having a corpus of capital when you do it by actually doing some initial savings, moving those funds, whether it just be $1,000 into a relationship with any of the major investment houses. But it obviously starts with you getting prepared by creating savings. Now, I'm not suggesting savings is the end point. That's just a starting point for you to hold the wealth that you have, and you actually are looking for the opportunity and getting prepared to move into those investment vehicles, all the way up to and including cryptocurrency.
Mhm.
What's happening with cryptocurrency? There's never been a better time to get involved. People ask me all the time because we're sitting in the middle of a crypto winter. Are you invested in cryptocurrency? Well, I'm trying to invest all that I can, because just like the stock market has been through this, would you believe that what we've experienced, for example, with Bitcoin, which was actually 70% in the tank right now, would you believe Apple went through the same thing? Would
Oh
you
wow.
believe Amazon did as well? There was a period in their history, in the early stages of there, where that stock was down 70%. And so when
Mhm.
people get scared, the actual time to actually get involved in owning assets is when they're in the, as they say in investing, when the blood is in the street, that's the time
Yeah.
they get involved. And we're sitting in the middle of that right now. So that certainly provides a tremendous opportunity for you. Getting and buying the right one is important. Getting
Mhm.
with a team or a group of people that are engaged in doing that. Um, I'm not big on personally on Forex, but there are folks who do Forex as an investment opportunity as well. That's
Mhm.
more trading, which is a little bit different for me than actually what's called hodling, holding on for dear life,
Okay.
acquiring an investment, and actually with a plan to actually hold it long term, as you can
Mhm.
see with those other major stocks. All of those stocks are available. I mean, we can actually do any of the major brokerage firms. You actually acquire Apple stock if you want to,
Mhm.
Amazon or any of the others. So yeah, there's opportunities for sure.
Awesome. Another question was, where is the knowledge? I guess they're asking for a recommendation of education. Where do I go to get this knowledge to learn to build these assets?
Well, this is going to sound crazy, but in reality, there is so much and so many people on YouTube
Yeah.
who are advancing these concepts that instead of watching TV, if you would dedicate yourself just as a starting point, many of them will also have educational platforms. I'm actually considering developing one here soon to actually engage it. I've got a couple of presentations I'm going to be doing at churches and other places. There are tremendous opportunities. I think, a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Tony Hubbard, I think, who's been a guest on your show,
Yes.
is into precious metal, gold and silver, and other metals that they provide through that platform is a
Mhm.
strategy as well. So all of these are to say, do your own research,
Mhm.
study, dig in. You can find them all over YouTube. I'm going to give you one other gentleman that I just in love with, who does a Bible-based education platform on YouTube. His name is Myron Golden.
Okay.
Myron Golden, who's
Familiar
a
with him.
major mentor for many, but the principles, the biblical principles about money and wealth that he lays down will just knock your socks off in terms of how effective he actually is in
Yeah.
communicating Bible principles of wealth. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that there's certainly just you have to apply yourself and go look for it and find it.
Okay. Awesome. So the one of the questions was based on what you said of what banks do to our money, right?
Hmm.
We
Hmm.
put our money in the banks, they take it, they take our money, even though when we look at it online, it says we have a certain amount, but they take that money and they invest it, give us 1%, and they that capitalize on all the rest. Do you keep your money still in the bank?
As little as possible, and that's what wealthy people do. I keep enough, like I mentioned in the presentation, to cover an emergency.
Okay.
And of course, I also back that up with credit cards in the event emergency gets even larger. So I have the majority of my money actually working as much as possible. I hate to pull money down out of an investment to actually pay for something. You kidding? Putting money in a savings account earns nothing. It's like your money's being sitting around idle. I keep as much of it out of the banks into investments as I possibly can. And that's what wealthy people do. You don't see wealthy people walking around with loads of cash in their pockets. If you ask them an opportunity was presented today, they'd say, okay, I'll get back with you tomorrow and we'll make this happen. And then make a phone call and the money's wired or the payment so they don't have it sitting around in savings accounts. They have it working, and money sitting in a bank, in a savings or checking account, or even a CD is not working.
It's not working. That system is not working. So instead of
it's not earning.
It's not earning. It's not earning. It's just sitting there.
That's right.
Yeah. Just sitting there.
Being consumed by inflation, by the way.
Yeah. Hold on. I got 3 pages of notes. Let me go back to that. What is the purpose of inflation? What's the purpose of inflation?
Can I reframe the question just a little bit? Just to inflation is essentially what happens when the money is devalued.
Okay.
The actual purchasing power is going down as a result of actions by the government that in fact cause the actual value of the dollar to be decreased, the purchasing power of the dollar. So what we think inflation is being an increase, but it's actually a decrease in the value of the dollar. What we think is actually the increase in price of a product or service is actually decrease in the purchasing power of the dollar. So it's the exact opposite. It's kind of counterintuitive. It's the devaluation of the currency, the fiat currency that we call the dollar, that actually allows it to buy less.
To buy less. I heard that when you said that. The more money that they print, the less that dollar buys.
Well, do you think of anything? If anything becomes less rare, it becomes less valuable. So if there's a oversupply of money in the system, the actual value and purchasing power of the money goes down.
Okay. All right. So is a part of your, not to get too personal, but is a part of your asset building, do you own precious metals as well?
Absolutely. It's funny. It was back in I can tell you the exact story when I really got engaged. I actually was sitting in a bank down in the valley about 1990, 98, 99. And the bank president came up to me and said, "What are you doing for lunch?" And I told him I don't have any plans. He said, "Well, I got a friend who actually has a gold coin, gold and jewelry store. Go visit him for lunch." And sure enough, I actually went in, and the guy was really astute and sharp. So I actually bought some gold coins back then. I paid $364 a piece for those gold coins. Do you know what they're worth today?
No.
Oh, close to $2,000 each. I paid $364 for. And I've been buying silver ever since. So there's no question about it, gold and silver. But I like to think of gold and silver as wealth preservation tools versus other assets being wealth earning tools, wealth building tools. So you put gold and silver for the times or the events when, in fact, either there's a reset in the value, such as the potential reset in silver. Silver is actually, when they created the U.S. Coin Act, they actually set the rate of silver to gold to be 15-1. Well, quite honestly, right now, silver is out of alignment with gold. It's actually 80-1. So silver. For every ounce, every ounce of gold, it takes 80 ounces of silver. When it first was, the ratio was started with the U.S. Coin Act, it was 15-1. So we're looking forward to the day, and I own silver, looking forward to the day when it resets to where it should be. Many people believe it's being artificially deflated or held back because silver is used in so many things.
Right.
A lot of the technology actually
Right.
depends on
Uses
silver.
silver. Right.
And so, but for that reason, it's being, I believe it's strongly being manipulated. But if it ever resets, the price of silver will go from the under $30 that it is today up to $80, and you got that kind of return that we've all been looking for.
Wow. Do you own real estate, like property?
But of course,
I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to see what you have in there without, going too deep. I just want to see, and that was one of the questions. What are your assets? That was
yeah. I mean, obviously, there's tremendous tax benefits from real estate. I think to use an example, we have a 45 who's I had a period where I actually paid absolutely no. I was working, but I owned real estate. I actually had paid no taxes because of a little thing called depreciation. And the whole tax shelter of your income, as long as your income taxes can be sheltered under the losses that you experience and the benefits that are provided. Do you like depreciation for actually holding real estate? Mm-hmm. So I actually eliminated any tax obligation whatsoever through real estate.
Okay, so can we also ask, what other assets do you hold in your portfolio without going too deep and too personal?
Yeah.
And she's fine. She's fine. Let her stay right there.
Basically, I keep it pretty simple, and I try to stay just liquid enough that opportunities. I am into cryptocurrency, as I mentioned. I'm also into real estate and gold. I don't do Forex or other things. Those a little bit too risky, or my risk profile doesn't fit the actual trading activity and the educational time and effort that it takes to actually move into that. I've not personally put myself into, but I think those are the basics of what I'm actually into.
Okay. So for the person that asked that question, we got that answer. He does metals, real estate, and crypto. Heavily vested. There's a lot of people that I've met. They thought one way about crypto because Bitcoin went up to 60,000 plus, and now that it has, I guess, reset, or they call it the winter, right? People now have changed their mind, and I'm selling my stuff, and which they have lost money if they sold it, right?
Exactly.
Let's talk about just crypto right quick in general. We can talk about Bitcoin or what have you. What do you think, and what do you see as the future of crypto?
First, understanding what cryptocurrency is. It's the evolution of money. If we think about what, in fact, the internet did in revolution our lives, when you think about, first, the internet was created by the government and was used for government purposes. Then the corporations got involved, and they took over and got as much benefit as the internet would provide. You think about the companies like Amazon. Amazon is Amazon because of the internet. You think about Apple. When Steve Jobs created the phone, he actually when he announced the phone, he just said essentially the things that it does. And what made it explode is it connected us to the internet. Mm-hmm. And there was an app for this and an app for that and an app for everything else. So I like to think of cryptocurrency essentially is the blockchain is the evolution of the internet, because now, because of the internet, all the value that's in currency and in money is moving to digital form. Mm-hmm. I like to think of cryptocurrency being like software. It is actually software that, in fact, on the internet that is digitizing everything. Everything that can be digitized is being digitized. So cryptocurrency is the digitization of money and value. And then the third thing that happened, essentially, when they created an app for this and an app for that was able to work through the internet and be held in the phone in our hand, that's the same as a token or a coin. They actually have created projects, digital projects, software projects that accomplish and do things that essentially provide value. And as a result, that is software. The tokens or coins are the apps or the software that in fact do certain things. Some of the major categories of what these cryptocurrency projects are doing, how they're benefiting countries around the world. Africa specifically is one that, in fact, recently Steve Hodgkinson from Cordana was over there. See, what makes our country really so good is not just our industrialness. What it is our systems. And what Africa lacks is systems. So where they now have no licensing, no medium of exchange, all of that's happening and being brought to Africa through digitalization of cryptocurrency. And now they're actually it's amazing. We just went over 8 billion people in the world, but guess what? There's 10.5 billion cell phones. So many of these countries around the world, everybody's got a cell phone in their hand. Right. So now they have the ability to actually get involved with actually peer-to-peer payment systems where the banking system is not taking the money out. All of these things are being brought to those countries that, in fact, through cryptocurrency is benefiting. The one who actually creates and solves most problems are going to be the one to survive ultimately. And they're actually going to not only double, we're going to see the kind of compounding I think that we've seen Bitcoin do, but it's coming back because the stock market essentially for the S&P 500 essentially has done the same thing. It's a constant up and down in value because people are moving money in and out. Right. What the future holds, in my opinion, is that right now the majority of the investors in cryptocurrency has been retail investors. That's individuals. The major capital that exists in the institutions has not moved into the cryptocurrency space. One of the problems is the government has not provided clarity on cryptocurrency. That is, we don't have rules to govern and regulate cryptocurrency. But when the government does, that will free up all those institutional capital, the trillions of dollars that exist to move into cryptocurrency. And if you're in position, you're going to go for the ride too.
Gotcha. So do you see crypto as being a form of exchange?
Well, I'd like to think of it more as a store of value. See, I'm not just like I wouldn't take a bar of gold into Walmart and try to buy something.
Right.
Because gold has value in what's called accretion. It accretes or increases in value. Okay. Similarly, I wouldn't take a Bitcoin into Walmart to try to buy something.
Right.
I want the asset because it's going to compound. It's going to grow. So I don't want to take my growth assets and go use it as a medium of exchange. I want to use it as a store of value that's going to increase and grow over time. Is that?
Yes, that makes sense.
Is that clear?
Exactly. I do see, because I enjoy buying crypto as well. I do see opportunities now. That is, once you do your research and you go to your white paper and you read up on the different projects that's going on out there. Right now, people are scared, but this is the time to buy, pretty much.
All right, look, I'm going to give you a disclosure.
Okay.
One of the projects that I got into recently was a node project on a brand new blockchain.
Okay.
There's a group out of Korea that created a new blockchain that, quite frankly, is the fastest blockchain that in existence. The fastest prior to now was Solana, which did 50,000 transactions per second. When I do something on Bitcoin, I don't want to wait till tomorrow to find out whether they got the funds on the other end.
Okay.
This new blockchain does 1 million transactions per second. And they actually are building out the network and what they call the mining nodes. Nodes are the actual authenticators. See, in cryptocurrency, the bank has been replaced. There is no bank. So it's peer-to-peer. And the actual miners are the one who validate the transactions. They decide, if I wanted to send you $1,000, I would actually submit that transaction. Somebody in the node, or the node actually, which is essentially a software, would actually verify that I had the money. They would verify that you are the correct address. They would actually verify that the transaction was complete. And then those people who own the node get paid a piece of that transaction.
Okay.
So that's like being in the position of being the bank, if you
Being the
will,
bank, right?
or doing what a bank does, not being the bank, but doing what a bank does, validating the transaction. So I actually am heavily into owning the nodes now,
Okay.
which is like mining. When you think about how cryptocurrency came into existence with Bitcoin, it was the miners who actually made the money. The first transaction on Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto actually made the transaction, and somebody processed that transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I think you know that all those people who actually set up big mining operations, actually the ones who became the most wealthy, because they actually validate the transactions. They are earning income that previously had been paid the banks, is being paid the miners. Owning a node is like you owning a cell tower, and all the cell phone calls that come through your tower, you get paid a percentage of. How many nodes do you want?
Well, as many as possible.
Exactly. And
So,
so
Doctor, you gonna tell us what that project is?
offline, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I'd be happy to, and you can share it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll let me know what that project is.
Yeah, I absolutely will.
Okay. Awesome.
I can tell you the coin.
Okay, tell me the score.
It's the final coin in the final blockchain, FINL.
Okay.
It just launched.
Just launch. Okay. Awesome.
I bought it.
That's the coin. That's not the node.
The actual final coin is the product of owning the final node.
Gotcha. And that's two different things. You in the owning of the node. The node.
Right. I get the node pays me in the coin.
Gotcha.
Every 6 hours.
Yeah, that's the one I want. That's the information I want.
Yeah.
I buy coins all day long.
I'm earning coins. I'm not buying them.
Okay, you earning the coins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I own the node.
Okay.
Wealth is about ownership.
Mm-hmm.
When you work a job, you're renting your income.
Do you see how I had that stank look on my face? When I work a job, I'm renting my income.
That's right. It can be taken away.
Right. You're right. It can be taken away. You're right.
You can be evicted.
You're right about that. Okay.
But if you own an asset,
okay. Yes. I can't wait. I can't wait till you tell me. I want to know. Well, I have and the other questions that have come up in the chat, you guys connect with him on Facebook. You see his information scrolling across the screen. And like he said, he's not a licensed financial advisor. He will help you in any way he can legally by him not being a financial advisor, but connect with him. And if you create that course, I would love to be one of your students in that course when you do it. I know you're going to do it. So
yeah, and the book.
And the book. When is the book coming out?
Well, I'm still working on it. It's still early.
Okay.
I've just really decided this is the year to make it happen.
What's the title of the book?
The Wealth Quadrants.
Okay, the Wealth Quadrants. Okay, you got your own formula.
Yeah, well, the four that I shared today.
Yes.
Number one, wealth is the goal, not income.
Mm-hmm.
Don't chase income, build wealth. What is wealth? Wealth is assets that you own.
Mm-hmm.
And you do engage in wealth building. What is wealth building? It's converting income into income producing assets.
Mm-hmm.
And then you let your assets compound so you don't have to work.
Don't have to work. And that's the goal. That is the goal. And live off what the assets produce, but not touching the actual asset that creates the compounding effect. You just live off what's the word am I looking for? I'm living off the what of the assets. Is he frozen? I think he's frozen. Okay. All right. Well, we want to thank Mr. Lewis. I don't know if he can still hear me, but you're frozen on our end, and that is okay. You have left us with a lot of information so far So, guys, again, reach out to him, connect with him on Facebook, and we look forward to connecting with him at a later time. I definitely want to have him back. Maybe when I have him back, he can just talk about one principle at a time, because he went through all of his principles, right? So, listen, we will be right back after this commercial break.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. She say that I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I believe in G-O-D, don't believe in T-H-O-T. She keep playing me dumb, I'm a player for fun. Y'all don't really know my mental, let me give you the picture like that. So falling out in the drought, no flow rain wasn't pouring down. See that pain was all around, see my mode was kinda lounge. Didn't know which way to turn, slow was cool, but I still felt burned. Energy up, you can feel my surge, I'ma kill everything like this purge. Let's just get this straight for a second, I'ma work. Even if I don't get paid for progression, I'ma get it. Everything that I didn't know which way to turn, slow was cool, but I still felt burned. Energy up, you can feel my surge, I'ma kill everything like this purge.
Hey.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait? Go VIP now and get the recordings today.
All right, we are back. Listen, I was just in the background while the video was playing. My husband today is acting as my VA in the background. I told him while the commercial was going, I said, "Baby, we gotta get some assets up in this house. Let's get some assets up in this house." This is the whole purpose of this platform, guys, is for us to put ourselves in a position. Like, we work hard. We work hard, but we got to have our assets working harder for us. So let's move it. We ready to take it up to another level. We're ready to go higher. So listen, I've had the opportunity. Now listen, y'all brought her back. All right. This is an encore presentation right here. Have the opportunity to bring her back. I'm so glad her schedule was open in this amount of time, because she's getting ready to get busy, right? She has 20 years of experience, over 20 years of experience in the financial service industry, offering tax strategies and retirement services to individuals and business owners. She's married. She has her children, but her whole goal is to make sure that people like us, and what I'm talking about, people like us, the hardworking folk, that's what I'm talking about. She wants to make sure that the hardworking folks take advantage of, listen, the information that you just heard, y'all got to take advantage. You cannot hear this information and not move and act. And we're not talking about developing a resume. We're not talking about trying to go out and find the next highest paying job. We're talking about taking the money that you already are making and turning that money. Take your paycheck. This year, don't buy the TV. God dog it. When you get your tax return, don't buy the TV. Invest that and have your money work for me. And then you just live off the residual that comes from what your assets build. So without any further ado, let me bring to the platform Miss Pam Ferguson. How you doing? And what's that name? What's that you have after? I see that all the time on your social media. How do you pronounce that? How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing great. Thank you for bringing me back. The name is Pajeco. It's the business name. It's a combination of me and my children. When when they were very young. It
Mhm.
was immediately after my divorce, and I said, I wasn't worried about not having support from my kids,
Yeah.
but I said if something happened, I needed a name for my
Mhm.
family, and that's what I came up with.
Okay, I love it. I love it. So, man, I'm going to tell you, you were the highest, one of the highest encore presentations from the first summit. People were like, question, question, question. I don't know if anybody called you, but I'm like, y'all, I'm not the person to ask. So I'm gonna make sure I bring her back because I know we can go deeper. Now, if you didn't make the first summit, you do have access to the first summit. It is only for VIP because that also entitles you to the Money in Minutes live intensive, where we show you how to make money quickly using binary options. So those of you that missed that, so it was some valuable information there. But if you on here now, you can try to put the puzzles and pieces together and go from there. But I know she has a wealth of knowledge for us. I'm looking forward to this. I got my paper. I got my pencil. Because I took pages of notes on your piece. I still have those notes. And
Mhm.
you know, in us talking, when we were talking, preparing for today, uh, my mind is blown. I started doing research with this index.
It's
So
a lot of information. And
it's
you know, I don't know if you got a chance to, but you can and I sent you the free course that people can enroll into and they can get in-depth information on how this thing works, and it's right at our fingertips, you guys. And the course is actually taught by my mentor who I meet with 3 times a week to get this thing, you know, under my belt so that I can go out and teach the masses, like I feel I've been called to do with it. So
Mhm. Awesome, awesome. Well, let's talk taxes first of all,
okay.
and then we'll move into the other investments and stuff. So let's start with taxes. So we're up on that season now,
Mm-hmm.
and if I go to work and I get a W-2 and I file my taxes,
Mm-hmm.
what can I look forward to? Can I get a tax return? Will I get a tax return if all I have is a W-2?
The only people who get a tax refund if they only have a W-2 are those who overpay in taxes. So all that refund that you get, if you get a refund, is
Mm-hmm,
because it was your money that you loaned to the IRS
mm-hmm,
tax, interest free. It was an interest free loan that you gave and agreed to get your money back at the end of the year, which may be processed late because that's what they do.
mm-hmm,
Since COVID, it hasn't been a smooth process as like before.
mm-hmm.
So you're really just handing over. You're in partnership with the IRS, and you're handing over your.
Did I sign up to pay
Yes,
them more? Or is
yes.
that something that they
You did
already?
that when you came on board on your job on your W-4.
I can say I don't remember signing up for. Okay.
When on your W-4 when you came on board, and they recently changed the W-4. A lot of people, if you've been on your job for a while, you did not probably update the W-4 form, which you don't have to.
Mhm.
But when you change jobs, you are required. Well, you can have a choice to get on either one, the older version or the newer version. But what the IRS did with that form was they said, hey, you know what? The goal is for everyone to file and they not owe you and you not owe them. So that form is a lot different from what you're used to when you probably first start working at your job. And a lot of people get confused by that form because the IRS is trying to get information from you in order to figure out exactly how much it is that you truly owe, truly need to be deducted out of your paycheck. And it's what I like to do with my clients is in the third quarter and in beginning of fourth quarter,
Mhm.
I'll send out notification letting them know, hey, we have paycheck checkup, which is on the IRS website. A lot of people don't really care to go there and do it themselves. We'll say, hey, send us your most recent check stub. We'll see where you are and if you need to make changes to your W-2, because not everybody wants a home-based business, or they're not looking into lowering their taxes. But we found that it helped people who were tired of the big surprises of having to pay back. And then it gives me the opportunity for those that overpay to say, hey, take this money and do something else with it instead of letting it sit with the IRS and do nothing for you.
Oh, wow. That's a good service. So let me get this straight. We're now instead of W-2, it's called W-4.
Well, the W-2 is what you get to prepare your taxes. A W-4 is what you complete when you start working to let your employer know what to deduct from your payroll check.
Okay. Okay. I got you.
You know, that's that form
Yes,
that got dependents and you put the number. There's technically there's no exemptions as far as the W-4 is concerned, but technically there still is exemption when we file. So it's kind of confusing since they made the changes, but that's the difference of the W-2 and W-4.
Okay. 'Cause it's been so long since I've
Yeah.
since I've done that. So what is the biggest or best strategy for not having to, I mean, let's just look at it as if I don't have any children. Most people capitalize because they have children.
Exactly.
But if I don't have children, my children are grown, and I can't claim them anymore. What can I do so I don't have to pay?
I know people they want to hear something magical, but it's real simple. You start a home-based business.
We keep hearing this. We keep coming back to this.
That's what it is. When you the tax code is written for business owners. I don't care if you are in your garage or if you're in a big high-rise building. It's written for you. And once you start that home-based business and actually treat it as a business, then all the tax credits and all the benefits of being a business owner truly does open up for you. And then it's up to you to be strategic about spending your money. It's all about how to spend. The money is going to be spent, whether it's spent paying the tax liability or spent on you to grow a business or spent on the kids. It's going to be spent. So that's where the strategies come in, and you learn how to spend it opposed to spending it. And then we're at the end of the year where we are now, December 31st, the year closes out. After tax year closes out, there's nothing we can do. So while we're still in this December month, with the last couple of weeks to go, you should be trying to get your things, get your entire financial stuff together for the year and say, hey, what can I do? It's not too late to start a home-based business and take those deductions. What can I do to lower my liability at this point in the last of the year in order to lower it? And start that home-based, find whatever it is that you do as a hobby, turn it into a business. Get on the internet and Google all these reviews where people report. I can't think of the company where they go and report bad businesses and what they've done. Look at their complaints. And if you don't know what to do, go to them complaints. That'll tell you what business you need to start. That's if for clueless people, that's where you go to figure out a business. Because really, when you're starting a business, you want to do for others. Some people say, oh, well, I don't like that. It doesn't matter what you like. Go find what people need and go there.
Right. You're talking about the Better Business Bureau?
Better Business Bureau. Go there, look at those complaints. That'll tell you what business we need.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Whatever they're complaining about, that's the business where you need to go into.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. You can create from that site.
Right. That's a good idea.
It is.
Thought about that. Never thought about that. Okay, so it is still time. I can start up a home-based business. Today is December 17th.
Yeah.
I can start up a home-based business today and still take all the tax advantages as if I've had it for the whole year.
Well, yeah, you can take the advantages. Now, you may be limited as far as the amount, but there are still advantages that you can take right now, starting a business right now. Business startup costs alone gives you, an advantage of why you want to start it right now. You know, it's today is not like it was 10 years ago.
Right.
You like to gossip? Get on YouTube, start a gossip channel. It's so easy to start a business today and
Yeah.
take advantage of that. You know, you're working out of your home. You get to deduct those, whether it's a mortgage or a lease you pay. You get to deduct a portion of that for the usage of your home. You get to hire your children. You get to do medical expense write-off. You get to do so many things. But the first thing you got to do is get the business started. Do you need to have an LLC? No, ma'am. Do you need to go get a DBA? You don't have to. Just get it started. Get the paperwork rolling. Do something. And I think that's where people get held up at, is they think, oh, well, I got to get the website up. I got to do this. No, you don't. All you need is a transaction, an intent to sell, and just go do it.
Okay. An intent to sell, whether I sell or not.
That intent to sell is very strong. Intent to make a profit. And put it that way. It's very strong. That's all you need, is that intent. And that's enough to get you started.
Wow. Okay. Come on, teachers. Come on, teachers. Listen.
Teachers, you guys can do tutoring. It's just so much. Imagine having, I haven't even searched YouTube for this before, but imagine teaching the basics on YouTube as a teacher. YouTube is going to pay you for views, so you don't even have to charge people to learn what you're teaching today. Because YouTube, you grow that channel, YouTube is going to pay you anyway.
How many teachers have?
Huh?
How high of views, I guess, followers on
YouTube? I've been doing research, and one guy showed his back office on YouTube.
Okay.
When he grew his channel, his first, he grew it to it was a few thousand.
Okay.
And his first big check was 3,000. Then it went up to 10,000. Then it went up to 20, and now it's at 50. You see what I'm saying? He was an attorney. He was an attorney who started a YouTube channel because of COVID.
Okay. Okay.
So imagine a teacher saying, you know what, maybe I'm going to teach other teachers, how to smoothly run their class. Or maybe I'm going to teach coaches how to, whatever it is. Or maybe I'm just going to start a channel for parents who struggle with communicating with their teachers and helping their children excel in class. Anything, because the idea is you're putting valuable information out there that you don't necessarily, people stray away from when fees come into play. They don't really want to get started. But the fact that YouTube, and I'm just using it for example, the fact that YouTube starts to pay you as your channel grows and you're getting those views is a big deal. You know what I'm saying? And something, I know when I was a kid, teachers loved what they did. They loved teaching. Right. So you can literally do what you love and get paid for it. And next thing you know, you're earning great income. Shoes, you may not even want to step in the classroom no more.
I know, right?
You might not want to step in the classroom. But do you see how how the opportunity is there for us? It's just that we got to go get it. Sometimes we're so stuck at where we are that we need someone to tell us, well, all you got to do is go do this. And that light bulb goes off. Like, wait, I didn't even think of that. We'll go to YouTube to look for what we need, but we don't realize that YouTube is also a place for us to put what we can offer and reap the benefits.
Yeah, you're right about that, because if you want to know something, you go to YouTube. But now put on the other business hat, switch the thinking and put your content out. So is there anything that I have to register, or YouTube will just see that I have these many followers follow me?
Oh yeah, they'll just see it. Like if you have, so most people have the Gmail account, you log into YouTube, you literally have the option to go create your own channel. And YouTube takes care of the rest. They as your channel gets monetized, I think it gets monetized after 1,000. I'm not a YouTube specialist, guys. I don't know. But once it gets monetized, it will tell you, but these are just These are just ideas that you could take on, incorporate your family members, and increase your tax deductions.
Is YouTube, so if I say my business is teaching on YouTube, is that a write-off?
Of course.
Oh, what am I writing off?
Because it's a business. You got internet, you got space you use in your house, you got computer equipment, you got supplies, cameras, software. I mean, we're on StreamYard today. You use
Or
StreamYard,
StreamYard, but I'm streaming to Facebook and YouTube. I have a YouTube channel as well. Okay.
All those expenses. So now since you're doing that, you may on YouTube, they get what they call moderators, that people that help you behind the scenes. You may pay them however you set it up, but it's a business. It's treated like a business.
Right.
Like, look, he's your moderator right now.
I'm laughing at Juarez. He's holding his hand up, talking about that.
But those expenses open up. I mean, it doesn't matter if you look at tax deductions that are available to business owners. When you run across deductions, every time someone like myself has catered it to a teacher or a doctor or a lawyer, all of those same deductions are available to every business owners. But we may cater it to you because you're our niche. So we may say, YouTubers, you could deduct a portion of your, right off this place that you work in your home. You can start business from home. You can hire your kids. You can do those things. And that saying, just because I said, hey, YouTubers, it could also apply to someone who opened up a t-shirt printing company. They use their garage most of the time to print those shirts, or a room in their house. That space is rental space. It's just like you going and renting it from somebody else, a space, brick and mortar somewhere. Right. It's the same thing. Put contracts in place. I always tell people, when you're doing a home-based business, when you document, I always answer, we learned this in school, in grade school, who, what, when, where, why, how. Okay. Those still apply in our adult life. And anytime you want to document and cover yourself, answer those questions, you got it covered. Okay. Is that still applicable, your scenario for Facebook? For YouTube? Is that also can I run a business on Facebook like that, offering valuable content, like you just said, for YouTube? Well, yeah. So if you have a business and you're using Facebook, that is proof. That's basically you're leaving proof that you are really working your business. So whatever it costs you to stream to Facebook or whatever, those are also your tax deductions. So whatever you're tracking, any cost related to business, whatever business it is, then that is what you would include on your deduction. So if I say, well, if I go live every day, is that a business? Not necessarily, because what are you going live to do? What is the business? Right. But on YouTube, if you're going live, remember, YouTube actually pays you. Right. So your intent is to grow that channel. And you know what? Facebook also, all the social medias have that now, where you can be, where you can select to be an influencer, and they'll pay you as your page grows. A lot of people don't talk about it, but all of them have it now. Okay, because I know you can set up a business Facebook page. So you can, but even yourself individually. Well, I don't know if it's individual. No, because I just selected my personal page as an influencer on Facebook, and at some point you'll get monetized. Sorry about that, guys. So at some point you get monetized. So you took your regular page and turned it into an influencer page? Yeah, it just popped up. So I can't tell you how I did it. Okay. It just popped up for me to select it, and I did it, not knowing what I was doing. Okay, so I'll be looking for the pop-up. I'm going in there, taking the back off. Okay. I'll write this down. I am going to take advantage of everything. Yeah. Opportunity to do. Yeah. So anything we do can be turned into a business. I don't care what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you get a chance to take advantage. Let's
Mhm.
talk about paying my family. So you say I can pay my children. What is that age cap, and how much can I pay them? And can I,
Um,
like, could I pay my husband?
you can, but the logic behind hiring your children is, for example, the standard deduction. It goes up every year, and the reason why the standard deduction goes up is it's a mask that's for inflation. Um, so, that's the logic behind them raising that deduction. But the strategy for hiring your children is when you bring them on board, you're hiring them just like you would hire anyone else. They need to fill out an application. They need to be put on payroll. They need to get paid on a schedule, whether it be weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, however, and it needs to go to their account with their name on it. Now you can have your name on it as well, but their name needs to be on it.
Okay.
They're going to get a W-2. It's all going to be just like you're hiring anybody off the street. The
Okay.
difference is when you hire your child, you want it, if they're under 18, then you can write off up to the standard deduction amount. So if they're making, let's just say they made 10,000 for easy numbers.
Okay.
I don't have the standard deduction in front of me right now, but I know it's 12,000 something.
Okay.
So if you pay them 10,000 for the year, then what you're doing is deducting 10,000 from your income, and you're transferring it to them for income. And when they file their tax return, they don't have to pay taxes on that money because they're under standard deduction, meaning that it's not taxable to them.
Okay.
So what you've taken away 10,000 taxable income from yourself.
For myself.
Now, you've also avoided paying payroll taxes, because anytime you hire anybody, you have to pay the FICA and all that for hiring that individual. So those taxes that come out of your check, that your employer pays for you and you pay, it doesn't go for when you're hiring your children under 18. And so it does matter. It kind of goes a little deeper. So don't take this bird's eye view of what I just explained and go do it yourself.
Right.
Definitely get with someone so you can follow all the steps to get it done.
Right.
But just to get the information out there and the understanding of it, you absolutely can hire your children and take that. Imagine having 3 kids and $30,000 of your taxable income gets to get distributed away from you. And still, so your child in sports, they're in sports, they're playing football, they're in cheerleading or whatever. You got to pay those fees anyway. You got to pay graduation fees anyway.
Yeah.
So pay your child, let them pay those fees. Now you've deducted, you've lowered your tax liability. You still handle things that you would have handled with your income anyway. And you came out with a lower tax bill all because of it.
All because of
Or
it.
probably no tax bill.
Yeah. That's a good one. Is this also applicable if I do my nieces and nephews under 18?
This is for your children and grandparents. I mean, and your parents.
Oh, my children and my parents. Okay. All right. So my nieces and nephews don't count.
Right.
All right.
Because a way for that to click every time is think about when your child who's under 18 goes and work for a fast food restaurant. They still get paycheck and get taxed. So when they're not immediately related to you, then that they don't qualify for that.
Okay, I got you. Okay, awesome. So let's now go to people like me and the gentleman that was just on ahead of you, who are crypto. Are there any regulations yet as far as crypto?
Crypto is so tricky and there's so many avenues in crypto. But what I did want to cover with you guys, if there's any traders on here, day trading has become very popular. So I really didn't want to touch on that because I don't see a lot of talk coming across social media about what is referred to as trader tax status. And so what happens with the day traders is you get a lot of preparers, CPAs, accountants, whatever they are that's handling that return. There's a lot of complaints from our end because it's a lot of transactions that happen.
Okay.
And if you guys are a day trader, you know that because you're constantly going in and out of a trade.
Mhm.
And those get they get tracked. But what I see is kind of some confusion behind having that as a business and what you can deduct for being a trader. So there's a trader tax status that you have to qualify for that determines whether you can take business tax deductions for being that trader.
Really? Okay.
Yes. And so there are rules to it. So there's a two-part test. Number one is the activity has to be substantial. Like it has to literally be frequent and continuous when you're trading. And then secondly, the trader themselves should be catching those swings daily in the movements of the market. And they should have short-term changes rather than the long-term holding of that trade or investment.
Okay.
So what happens is I'm just gonna go down a list. I have a list here
Okay.
that assists people with confirming that they can take the advantage of being a trader, of electing trader tax status, which has to be elected by April 15th on that in order to take advantage of it.
Okay.
So although it's not set in stone, there is from a case that happened back in a while back, a few years ago, a case that happened. There's a number of trade hours that are suggested, which is a total of, not trade hours, I'm sorry. There's a number of trades that should happen in a year or annually,
A whole year.
which
Okay.
is 720 trades. So
Okay.
if you think about it, it kind of makes sense when you start with that 720 trades, because remember, in order to elect the trader tax status, you have to, in order to elect the trader, well, when you elect the trader tax status, you're opening yourself to be treated like a business and take those deductions, right?
Right.
As a business owner.
Right.
Or having this as a home-based business, I'll say that. So you could, in your calendar, and Vivian, I know you know calendars.
Yeah.
And so many people get preached to on calendars and working their calendars because if it's not in the calendar, it did not happen. That's like the golden rule.
Okay.
So if you're saying, okay, well, I know annually I need to do 720 trades, then you know that you need to have 60 trades a month. Okay. So to break that down easy, you got 4 transactions a day for 4 days a week. That's 16 days a week. And that's 60 trades a month. And that's 720 trades per year.
Okay.
Okay. That puts you on track to be able to elect this tax status so that you can take on these other deductions. And then the frequency. You want to be able to execute these trades weekly, daily. Like you want to consistently be executing. Okay. The IRS says the average holding period must be 31 days or less because you want short-term holdings. If it's long-term, you're not considered a day trader for tax purposes.
Okay.
So for those that trade part-time, it's going to be harder for them to meet these qualifications. But you can, especially if you follow a schedule, because the markets are open pretty much daily.
Okay.
And there's also another thing to consider when being elected as a day trader status for taxes is be prepared. You're going to lose some money because that's just how it is. That's just the life of a trader. You're going to win big and you're going to lose big. But as you learn, you get better. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so the hours that you spend for more than 4 a day counts towards, the more hours you spend will help you qualify for those tests. So you want to keep records of this. So if you're getting up and you're trading every day, like I said, put it in your calendar and have a track record of your trades in the time that you're doing. And so if any of you are traders on here, then you're no stranger to when you're in those classes and they're telling you to set your schedule for trading or studying what you're going to do. So technically what they're teaching you to do is really build you an audit track record for yourself, because those same things are in the IRS code, IRS rule book for how to be a day trader for tax purposes.
Wow.
The intention to run the business and make a living, it doesn't have to be the primary business in your life or thing that you do in your life for making a living, but you are going to have to do the things necessary in order to be considered. So here's a big one.
Okay.
That deposit with the broker needs to be that the suggested amount is $25,000, but at minimum at least $15,000 in that broker account. So that's a deal breaker for a lot of people, because they may be trading a lot, but you're not seen as a day trader to take that trader tax status. You're not seen as that professional until you have that kind of money going through that broker account.
Wow, 15,000 minimum.
15,000 minimum. Okay, so why did I want to talk about it? Well, the reason I wanted to talk about it was because there are we started off this conversation with the benefits, the tax benefits of being a home-based business. So when you qualify for something like this, what you're doing is opening yourself to take your tax deductions, right? So the trading business expenses that you can take are computers, your Section 179, that's the bonus deduction, depreciation for any equipment, any furniture, any fixture. One thing a lot of people don't bring up, if you're a business owner, because I brought up fixtures, and you see something antique that maybe decors your office, or any antique that you can use in business, but you like it personally because it's an antique and it costs a lot, that's a tax deduction. That's a tax deduction. So imagine loving something that's antique and you want it, but if you didn't have a business, you would just be spending money on it. But if you had a business, you could spend money on it and deduct it off the return.
An antique.
It's so much out there. But going back to the business expenses for day traders, you can have the startup costs for it, the software. And here's another thing too. Those that do copy paste, that knocks you out. That's not a true day trader.
Oh, come on, man.
That's not a true day. They don't like the system to copy and paste, and no, you got to be in there trading. So think about it. If you use the copy and paste, and you're also learning while you're copying and paste,
okay,
you're building yourself up to that professional that you're seeking to be. Yeah. So just to put that out there, because people will feel like, oh, well, I can do this, but they don't understand that in those set of rules, this is literally copy and paste is literally listed in there. Those type systems that will knock you out of that status.
Knock you out.
But you can deduct books, publications, subscriptions, consulting, something like what we're doing today. This is a consult. If I was to meet with someone one-on-one. So the cost of that consult is deductible. All of your home office expenses, your real estate taxes if you own your home, depreciating your home, utilities, repairs, insurance, borrow fees for the short sellers that pertain to day trading, health insurance, retirement plans. So everything that I just named to you, I wanted to go through that, because if you remember, those same deductions were when I was talking about writing off taxes for YouTube. Yeah. For YouTuber. Right. Or for a t-shirt maker. Right. Or for anybody in business, these same things apply, except when it comes to day traders, you have to actually qualify. And it's called I think it's 475 MTM is what you would see it listed as, and you have to elect the status. Other than that, if you don't qualify, you can only take up to 3,000 towards your gains as a loss, and then
Okay.
it'll carry over. If you have more losses than that, it'll carry over for the next year.
Oh wow.
So that's the difference. You want, if you're not a expert trader, if you're not considered to be that day trader,
Yeah.
for as a business owner, then you only get 3,000, up to 3,000 towards the capital gains on the tax return as a loss. That, and if you have more than that, it's carried over next year. But if you are a business owner as a day trader, then you get to deduct anything a business owner can deduct. All the rules apply when you are seen as the business owner.
Okay. So you just got to qualify.
Got to
And,
qualify.
and like you say, the main thing for being qualified is that 15,000 minimum in your brokerage account.
15 and that 720 trades.
720 trades. And you got to show proof. What do you got to do? Get
There are softwares out there that that will have, that can actually pull all of your activity in that software.
Okay.
But the proof of the trades, like I said, the calendar and your transactions are definitely proof of the
Okay.
trades. And it's not, so when you're doing a trade, it's not the whole, what counts is each trade. So open, close, like it's not full circle one trade. It's each trade back and forth, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. Makes sense. Got that. So I guess that's something I have to work toward, with the broker.
Yep, it's covering your butts.
All right. So, and that's it. And we've all done these taxes and tax returns. And to listen, if you're just a W-2, you have to do something to start getting all of the benefits as a business owner. So let's shift now into the financial investment side of you. I want to leverage that information because you blew mine and several other people. I think there was a lot of questions around that. Your investment. We talked about index, and so let's go and dive into that, giving out some information. Now, with the last gentleman that was on, he was not a licensed financial person. So he gave out some information, but he did make that disclaimer. Can we say that you are a licensed financial expert?
I'm not a financial advisor. I have my life license with the state of Texas, my life and health, that allows me to speak on insurance and retirement, some piece like annuities and IULs and indexing, but I'm not a financial advisor.
Okay. So I
don't have securities, all those things.
Okay. But you can write up and consult with people about the best product for them when it comes to what you can write up.
What I'm allowed to present, I can do illustrations for the public and show what the insurance companies that I am contracted with. I'm a broker, so I'm contracted with a lot of the major insurance companies. So I have the ability to come to someone, look through their life insurance policies, and actually do comparisons or answer questions or anything like that.
Okay. All right. So enlighten us, blow our minds about index.
Well, the thing about it, indexing is such a confusing subject because index and then indexing, when we're talking about IULs, are two totally different things.
Okay.
And so index is when you're actually in the market. They're talking about the 500, the different companies that you can play in the market with and gain on their wins and all those things. When you're talking about indexing index universal life policies, and we're talking about indexing in that market, we're literally talking about strategies that we do within the policy in order for you to compound on the money that we call it max funding that policy.
Okay.
So it's numbers that we play with, which are part of the tax code, just like 401k, 403b, IRAs.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Tefra Defra Tamra, that allows us to go in and strategize a policy, a plan for you, so that we can put the right amount of death benefit, because it is insurance.
Mm-hmm.
We can put the right amount of death benefit on you that's going to allow us to max out that policy with enough of your with funding your money that goes towards more towards the savings side of it, versus you spending all that money on the death benefit.
Okay.
And that's the biggest difference, is for people who aren't well versed in IULs, is they'll complain about the death benefit. And if that's the case, it's likely that someone wrote that policy without figuring out, because there's it's a lot of figuring out on the back. When we're working on that illustration, we have to go through numbers to figure out what's the perfect blend for you and get it as great as we can get it.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people are turned off about the cost of the policy. Well, the cost of the policy is not always figured properly, depending on the agent that you're using to put together that policy.
Mm-hmm.
And so what me and my team do, is we literally look at a policy or put an illustration together for those who are like the guy before me, and I forgot his name.
David Lewis.
David Lewis, and he mentioned money working for you.
Mm-hmm.
The goal is to get the money to work for you.
Mm-hmm.
So when we are max funding policies, we're literally taking your money, because in the savings account, technically you shouldn't have over 10,000 in your savings account.
At a bank. You're talking about at a bank.
At a bank, at a regular bank. Your bank account is for transactions, meaning those main bills is what needs to be coming out of there. Anything else should be somewhere else making money, because as inflation grows, the dollar weakens, and you're not earning any interest on that money sitting there, and that money isn't even worth what it is there. Is weak.
Right.
So you're losing money keeping money in a savings account. So when we say put it over and there are other things too. Perfect example, when David was on here talking. So there's many ways you can put your money for growth, but right now we're talking about IULs, and it's not a win for everyone. It's not a good fit for everybody, but those that it is a good fit for,
mm-hmm.
we go in and we strategize and we say, hey, we're going to max fund this. We're going to squeeze as much money as we can within probably a 5 to 7 year time frame.
Okay.
And then we're going to watch this policy compound, because it's discipline,
mm-hmm.
and it's a long-term strategy. So there's many things you could do with an IUL. It's not a one type of product. You can use it for retirement. You could say, I want to fund it now so that when I'm in my 70s, 80s, I want checks coming out to me every month that are tax-free. Yeah. Because as a tax office, for me, I get to see people retire, and their retirement checks are taxed, and they're not living the life they thought they were going to live off the money that they saved, because we were taught how to save when we get on the job,
right?
But we were not taught how to retire. There are a lot of people that got big retirement savings that when you ask them, what are your plans for retirement? They don't know.
Wow.
They can't answer that, because all they know is, I was supposed to put away this money while I was working, but they never thought past actually retiring. Now what I'm gonna do? So the first thought is, well, I'm paying my house off. And I'm like, well, no, you don't want to do that, because you pay your house off, then what? You just created a huge tax liability for yourself. Wow. You say, then I get people that will say, well, I'm not going to touch it. Oh, well, can't do that, because you got to take a minimum retirement distribution. It's called RMD. So you're going to take that money out and you're going to pay taxes on it. You can't just let it sit there.
Right. Eventually, you got to pay taxes on that.
You're going to pay taxes. So it's delayed. So
Yeah.
anytime for me personally, if someone tells me that they got a plan for me to put away money and I can delay taxes on it, that is a deal breaker for me, because why am I putting off paying for taxes?
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
So while I'm working, I need to go ahead and pay for the taxes that I'm going to pay for eventually when I retire.
Yeah. And then think about it. There's other strategies that, while you're paying that tax on that money right now, there's other strategies like you're talking about the money blueprint. David talked about some very powerful things. So there's things you can put into play that can still lower that tax liability. Right. So as long as you're putting strategies in place and staying on top of your financials, you can create that blueprint for your family, because every family need is going to be different. None of us look alike financially.
Right.
So when you create that blueprint for your family, now that you know, because when you don't know the numbers, you don't know what's happening. You're just taking it day by day. Same as retirement. When you're putting away that money and you don't know your numbers, you don't know, you're just going to retire and you're going to you're going to let me tell you this is what you owe the IRS, and you're going to pay that bill. And if you don't pay it on time, you're going to pay penalties and interest on top of it.
Yeah.
All because there was no planning. The only plan was what your employer tells you, because they got to get their tax break. Mm-hmm. So they have you contributing so they can get their tax break. I don't blame them. That's their business. They supposed to tell you what you got to do in order for their business to work off of their blueprint. But what about you?
Mm-hmm. Right. So a 401k, or teachers case, 403b, when we pay that, it benefits the company.
They get a tax deduction for your contribution, because when they match, well, not your contribution, but when they're matching you, that's a benefit for them.
That's a direct tax write-off for them. And this is what we were talking about in the other speakers, that we were not brought up and taught wealth principles. We were not taught about how to take advantage. I think about like the Rockefeller family, how the next generation from the original Rockefeller, how they have lived off of these assets that they're building, and they know how to take advantage of the tax revenue. Where we're here, we're working hard day in and day out and not building up the assets where the wealth is. We're taught work, we pay these, we invest what we're thinking that we're doing, that we're setting ourselves up for the good for when we retire. And there's so many examples of when we retire, it's just not enough.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's what we miss a lot is in wealth. Tax season is next month.
Yeah.
People with young children with medium income get a pretty decent refund, or low income. I'll say low to medium income.
Okay.
And I mean, you're talking about an upwards of 20,000 back. It may be a little lower this year because some things are being cut out, but average 20,000 for low income families that got children.
Right.
You can absolutely make something out of that instead of, like you said, buying the TVs. So when you say that the Rockefellers, they build this wealth in their family, people are so lost on the benefits of life insurance. It's life insurance.
Yeah.
You use the living benefits of it.
Yeah.
So it's not, and when we hear insurance, we think about, get the death benefit, and it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
So when Rockefeller, for example, a family like that, I don't know if they had an IUL, but I'm sure they had some type of, I don't know. But when the family member passed away and that policy distributes that big death benefit or savings or however they had it built, all they did was took that money and started another one.
Started another one. Wow. And we don't
Yes.
think like that. We don't think like that. Are you serious?
Exactly.
I've never had a tax return because I'm always, I've never had a tax return of $20,000, because of the children.
Mhm.
So it's just our mindset, right?
Yeah.
So, he was talking about the different classes of people, poor people, what poor people do with their money, what middle class do with their money, and what the rich do with their money. The rich take that money. The rich would take that $20,000 and invest it. Opposite for the other classes of people.
Right. I mean, when I first started in Texas, I had a guy, I'll never forget him because he blew my mind.
Okay.
And I told him what his refund was. Now I can't remember how much it was, but it was significant.
Okay.
And he's like, oh man, what I got to do to get more next year? He was willing to lower his income so that he could increase his tax refund.
Yeah.
And although I'm laughing, it's really sad. But then when you think about it, it's like you said, it's the mindset. So you got the woman who has low income with 3 to 4 children, with 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
Get this big income tax refund check, who probably don't work the full year because she knows she get a big refund.
Right.
So it's like, well, I don't have to work because if you add my 20,000 plus 20,000 I work for the year, that's 40,000 for me for the year. I'm doing fine, and I'm on housing and get food stamps.
Yeah.
But they don't understand the cap that they've built for themselves.
Yeah.
Because if you could take that 20,000, invest in something, and you can still limit you still ain't got to work as much as you think you do. You can still keep your 20,000 a year job, and take the 20,000 and put it somewhere and make it work for you. It's an IUL is literally like an employer hiring an employee to go to work, because if I hire you, if I'm paying you 15, 20,000 an hour, I'm definitely making triple at least off of you an hour for your service.
Yeah.
So think of it the same way with money. You put it somewhere where money is your employee. You put it somewhere to go work for you, so that you can make triple times whatever you put into it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in this mindset. And so how do we get out here and get the people in the community to see it? If you could just take the hit a couple of years and do without the big TV, do without the designer clothes, do without those things, and put it somewhere, and parents would not, I promise you, if they just only took their tax refund, they wouldn't have to worry about buying clothes that next year for their children. They wouldn't have to worry about Christmas shopping if they're into that, because they can literally pull from their IUL and handle it. If you wanted to. I don't suggest it, because I suggest when you pull from your IUL, you go invest it somewhere else. Like the gold and silver David was talking about.
Yes.
You got your money over in an account where it's safe, and then you borrow from it and put it somewhere else. Now you got it working simultaneously in 2 different places.
Yeah.
But at minimum, if you just took the change you get from tax from your refund every year, and you have a problem every year with something as simple as school shopping, you could take your money from the IUL and buy for your children without having to worry about how my kid's going to get clothes for school, how they're going to get school supplies. Very easy. It's an easy solution that I guess is so easy that it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So people may not want to move on it, but it's doable.
It's doable. So, because I want teachers to know, we get those investment guys to come in to the school. They're coming in and they writing us that 403B product, and they gone.
Yeah.
And the last 403B Pam that I got, I did not realize, he didn't tell me this. Number one, I trusted him, and I guess I didn't read the bottom line. Everybody was writing up a policy with him. He was, he had set himself up good. But the policy that I'm in, I'm in there for 10 years. If I try to withdraw or close it or whatever I want to do with that 403B, of course I'm going to get penalized for it.
Yeah.
So I didn't.
And that's the thing. On surface levels, you know, they look good.
Yeah.
And everything has a pro and con to it. So I'm not 100% against the 401ks and the 403Bs. You know, some people want them. And if that's what, I don't tell people what they should be doing. I just show them what's available so that you can make educated decisions on where to put your money. So for me with an IUL, if I'm given an IUL versus a 403B or 401k, then I'm definitely concerned that I have to keep my money there for 10 years. And I'm penalized if I touch it versus an IUL. There is no penalty.
There's no penalty.
I can touch it. You know, we don't suggest taking a withdrawal, but even if you took a loan out, that 403 plan that you 3B that you got into, it had the 10-year rule to it, and it probably limited you to the number of loans you can take on it.
Right. I mean,
IUL doesn't limit that.
Yeah. Every time you try to pull, you're going to get taxed because it's a retirement instrument. Yeah, absolutely. I promise you, Pam, I'll never get another 403B. I don't want a 403B. I don't want anything pre-tax now. And I think we had a bad connection with Pam. Look like she's fooling. So, okay, let's see if she come back. But listen, everybody that is connected, she has given us a lot of information so far. Let's take what we have learned from David, from Pam, from Mr. Plaza, everything that we have learned. There's so much that we can do. You got to take the time to meditate. So now I'm getting ready to mix all of these speakers' notes together. Number one, take the time to meditate on what you can do. You have a specialized skill set that you do right now. It's so easy to start up a home-based business, so easy to start up that to get all of the tax benefits. Listen, don't worry about feeling like you're taking advantage of the system. Listen, this is what we want you to do. We want you to take advantage of the system because this is what the rich and wealthy people do every day. Did y'all even hear about you all know that people that are rich and wealthy, they pay less taxes than we do. And how? They take advantage of every bit of write-off. So you need to connect with the right tax person so that they can help you. Someone that's really in your corner, someone that's going to take the time and not take your dollars. You want someone that's going to take the time for you and not somebody just in there quick. You know, you go to these places in the grocery store or whatever, they want to get you in quick and get you your money back quick. But they're not sitting down with you and telling you all the things that you can do and take advantage of. Some of us, we wait. This is our time of the year. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get some money or whatever. But this year, let's do something different with our money so that our money can continue making money for us. That way, next year, when you get the check, it's be like, oh, okay, I got another tax check. Cool. Let me add this to my money-making generator. It's almost like being able to go to the vending machine. I don't know. This just spur of the moment. I can go to the vending machine, and because I've stocked it already, because it's already stocked, because your investment is already stocked, now I can just go to and say A7, poof, car. A car falls out because my investments that I put, I can now use the revenue from it. I'm not touching the original investment. But because of what I'm able to pull out from it, now I can buy the car. Now I can say, let's see, today, let me get B7. Boop, house falls out or investment property falls out or whatever you need to be. So let's work on this. So awesome. We will be right back after these commercial breaks for our next speaker. I can't wait for him too.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait? Go VIP now and get the recordings today.
All right, welcome back. Here we go. We taking it up to another level. We taking it up another notch. So listen, here is an encore presentation on the first summit that we had. Man, you guys were throwing in those questions and asking him, because this is a topic that is near and dear to all of us, right? So we've talked about different money making investments, assets, how to supplement your income, but none of that is worth it unless we are health. You have to also think about your health, and in the focus group that I did, that was something that was very important to everyone to know, wanting to know more information about. There's so much information out there. There's so many trainers. There's so many people who can teach you how to eat food. They show you how to cook food. There's a wealth of information out there that all knowledge is good knowledge. So here we go. We got a master trainer, business owner, Sid Karim. Sid is an active men's physique competitor with over 20 years of experience and multiple certification. You know, he's a fitness and nutrition expert. He is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, as well as the head fitness instructor and owner of Intensity Fitness. Sid continuously educates himself on nutrition and lifestyle optimization. He practices what he preaches by staying fit and living by example. So he teaches, he also teaches fundamental boxing, kickboxing, MMA, and self-defense, just to name a few. So you got a one-stop shop, especially if you're in the Houston, Texas area. You can reach him. He's very close to you. So without any further ado, let me bring to the platform Mr. Sid Karim. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for the introduction. I got smiles all over my face. You know, it's so weird hearing, you know, just you know, hearing these things about yourself. It's like, you know, I'm always so focused on other people and making them better. It's always strange to hear, you know, these things about yourself, but I take it, I accept it, and thank you. Right?
Absolutely, yes. That shows us, first of all, just the kind of person that you are. You know, you're so concerned about making sure other people have that lifestyle. That is just so weird to hear somebody talk about you. So
it
I'm
is
your flowers now.
it's also a little bit of imposter syndrome. You know, you just never think you're good enough. You know, you never think you're good enough, and so I just strive to be better every day. You know,
absolutely. So, you know, health, fitness, nutrition, and I think that plays a part too in mental health as well.
Right. Absolutely.
Mental health. So just go ahead and give us what is behind the introduction of what I said.
So just, you know, I've, you know, no different than anybody else. You know, I grew up, you know, a kid without a father, lost my dad at 11 years old, and you know, made me become a man early. You know, worked plenty of jobs. You know, had to learn how to, you know, hold my own and live on my own, and eventually, like, you know, like all your experts were talking about, you know, finances and learning about finances and reinvesting back in yourself. And, you know, health is the same way. You know, you've got to eat, you've got to sleep, you know, you got to drink water. You're reinvesting, you know, your resources back into yourself. And like they say, health is wealth. You know, if you have health, you have everything else. You know, you can, some people, you know, live backwards. They go after wealth and they sacrifice their health just to sacrifice their wealth to regain their health, right?
Spend all the money.
Exactly. So you don't want to do it backwards. You got to focus on your health first, focus on yourself, and then you go after your wealth and you build, you build your empire all together. But yeah, so back to me, same, I'm that guy without a father, bad neighborhood, all the typical, grew up, rough neighborhood, rough crowd, but I had to start being responsible for myself and taking responsibility for the life I wanted, and it started with health, and then, learning and educating yourself and just getting up and not expecting somebody else to do something for me. I had to do these things for myself. And there's so much, information out there, resources that, and people who are willing to help, but you've got to be the one to, make that first step. You make one step and then everyone else will help you and come to you, but you can't expect, things to fall in your lap. You can't expect nobody else to do it for you. So I learned that early. Mom told me, hey man, I come from a family of 8 kids, no father. If you want these things, you want, these new shoes or whatever, you got to get up and do it yourself. I'm going to do as much as I can for you, but you got to get up and do it yourself. So that comes from my mom, and I thank her for that. And, that's a lifelong lesson for me. Whatever I want, I get up and I got to do it myself,
Go get it. Where are you from?
I'm from Philadelphia, originally born in Philly, raised in California. So grew up in California and then moved to Houston, and I've been in Houston ever since.
What's the difference? I mean, everybody.
Economically, it's a lot better in Houston. A lot more opportunity to make something out of yourself, right? A lot more opportunity to make something out of yourself. And if you really want to make something out of yourself, then, you go to the place with the least amount of resistance. And, California, great place to visit. But, taxes and everything else, they keep you down. Jobs were hard to find, living was hard. But Houston did it for me. Lots of opportunity out here. And, market is good, economy is good. And if you really want to make something out of yourself, this is a place to be.
That's fun. That's one of the things my husband said too. He's originally from Richmond, Virginia.
Right.
And it's the opportunity. That's in this area.
Opportunity, right? And like I said, it's up to you. Right. If you want to be somebody, then you've got to make that step to be somebody. But it's just not going to fall in your lap.
It's definitely not.
Right.
But it's not hard to do.
It's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. But, a lot of us were so, we are afraid of hard work. Hard work is what we are lacking. And especially when it comes to, with weight gain and health. And it's hard work. You can try all the easy outs, all the diets, all the surgeries, it really boils down to hard work. You have got to do some work. You've got to do some hard work, and you will change, but it takes hard work.
Yeah. And now that you mentioned the all the different ways that people are losing weight.
Right.
How, does it really hurt? I've seen people that did the tummy tuck and all that stuff like that. It's still back to basics.
Absolutely. It's temporary fix. We're not thinking long term. We're thinking short term. You want to lose the weight. You want to write down, okay, you'll have the surgery, you'll lose the weight. But guess what? down the line, you keep
Line.
living that same lifestyle, you're not doing the hard work, you're going to gain it all back.
Yeah.
Right? It's just not that simple. It's a short-term fix, and it doesn't really fix anything. All it does is just enables you to, to do the same things that you were doing that cause the same problem that you're having. Like,
Yeah, right.
to me, it's just a no-brainer. You have to absolutely change your lifestyle. If you want to change, you have to change your lifestyle. If you don't change your lifestyle, you're going to go right back to where you started.
Gonna go right back.
Right.
And there is so much stuff out there.
So much.
It's so much stuff out there. I know we had a very interesting conversation last time with my questions and the questions from the chat. One thing I took away a lot of notes, but one thing I did take away from it is that when you're eating, you're going to eat these things, but it's in moderation. It's in how, and we've heard that word before. You have to eat you because no one diet or one way of eating lasts forever.
Right.
I don't know. Tell me more about that.
So yeah, just like how we have seasons, we have a winter season, we have a summer, we have a fall, we have a spring. Your body works the same way, different foods will benefit you at different times during your life and during the seasons. There's a reason why certain foods grow during certain seasons. Those foods are more beneficial for you to eat during that time of year. And then when the seasons change, then you want to switch up your diet. Diets that's how they should work. They should change and flow over time. You can't just do the same thing again and again and again. You'll get some results from that thing that you're doing, but if you want your body to be optimized, then you have to eat with the seasons, eat the foods that grow, and you want to eat the whole foods and, the right foods. And every now and then you can go out and you can have, something that something that you want, something that you desire. It doesn't have to always be strict and regimented.
Right.
But if you want to be optimized, you want to eat as clean as you can, as healthy as you can, and in the season that food is being produced. So
now that's a good way to look at it. I did not look at it like this.
Yeah.
Different seasons, different fruits grow, and that's what I should be eating.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. So in the wintertime, like now, you have more greens that grow.
Here you go. Right.
So,
there is a, like, we are, as much as we think we're not, everything in life is this, the circle of life. We're connected, with nature just as much as any other animal out there. And so we need to start thinking the same way. What's growing, that's what we need to be eating.
Wow. And I can see, so greens, mustard greens, collard greens, kale, things like that grow in more in abundance, right? This year. And then because there's so many colds and flus, what the nutrients that come from these greens should help us during this season.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a good way
it's so simple that we miss it, right? It's so simple that we don't even see it, but it's very simple. And we just have to simplify our life. We make things so difficult. There's all this information and conflicting information. Sometimes we just need to sit down and just really just think about just basic, basic things and simple things, and we'll figure a lot of stuff out. Like you can figure a lot of stuff out if you actually just think about it.
Right. And that's why I see, and I love the summer season. Now,
yeah.
My husband,
right.
He don't like watermelon. I tear that watermelon up.
There you go, right?
That's like breakfast. Maybe into lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, your body's calling for it. That's what it wants. Listen to it, right? Listen to your body. It'll tell you what it wants. It wants that watermelon, you eat some watermelon. But we have to we have to get through the noise, though, right? There's a lot of marketing out there, right? And they basically they let you know what you should do. They tell you what you want, right? You don't even think about it. Oh yeah, that's what I want. No, they told you what you want. You watched that commercial and you saw well, there's food, and all of a sudden, you want that food. It's like you really don't want that. Listen to your body. Most of the time, your body is, lacking certain nutrients and requires certain nutrients. And so if you're wanting a food or something, some kind of flavor, then that's a sign that you need some kind of, nutrient or vitamin that your body's missing.
Okay, that's a good one. So we already have questions coming through.
Awesome.
So here's one question somebody's asking. I guess they wanted to know about your background. Like, did you come from corporate, or did Sid have a health scare in the past that put him on the path to fitness? So answer that, your corporate background, and then how did you get into fitness? That's what they want to know.
Yeah, worked in finance and accounting for about 15 years. Exactly. I've worked there in corporate America. I understand. I know that, all the breaks in the meetings and the parties, and I know about all that stuff. But yes, 15 years in corporate America, so I understand that. And no, luckily, I have never had a health scare. Like, thankfully, I've never had a scare, but I have at some point, have had, higher blood pressure than normal, stress and stuff like that. So so I had to learn how to, manage that and take care of it, especially like in that environment, corporate environment.
Okay. All right. What did you do in finance and accounting? What did you do?
I worked, in various departments in oil and gas. I've worked in receivables and payables, handled different, audits and stuff like that we were working on, special projects, but anything related to oil and gas and, following the money trail. That's what I was doing.
Yeah. So some of the stuff that we've talked about on this platform, and some of the things that you've heard, you all too familiar with that, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been there. So I know, like, a lot of my clients, they come from that background, in corporate America, working in the office. I totally get it. I get it. It's hard to get away from, because that's the environment, that's the culture.
Yeah. So let's go back to this eating and the seasons of eating. Right. Let's get a definition for now and then. You said, every now and then. What does that mean?
So every now and then. So, you got parties, you got birthdays, you got weekends.
Always. That's
you gotta live, man. You gotta live. You gotta enjoy your life. But it can't be always, all the time, right? It can be, right. So, set a limit. Hey, once a week, we're going to go out. Me and the girls or the friends, we're going to go out. We're going to eat, at work, every now and then, here and there, they bring, snacks on Fridays, kolaches. I might have one or two, but also at the same time, you got to be thinking, how am I going to, like, not overdo it, right? So you can be, like I would say, you can be the one who changes that as well, or be the one that brings the healthy snack or whatever it is to the party or the get together or whatever, but you can still, partake. Don't indulge, but you can partake. You gotta live. You gotta don't overdo it, man. Yeah. Don't overdo it. When you're overdoing it. We all know when we're overdoing it, right?
Because we'll say.
Yeah. Oh, just one.
Yeah. We'll say I shouldn't have eaten all that.
Yeah. We know too. We know we shouldn't have eaten all that, and we always feel guilty afterwards. We do it again, and then we feel guilty afterwards. We do it again. something's got to change, right? There's got to be something you put in place. Like, we're adults, we understand. Okay, I may overeat, but let me put something in place to to stop me or something. But it can't be, I did it again. Oh, I felt bad. I did it again. I feel bad. Right. There's got to be some kind of,
Look, watch this. Watch this.
Something's got to change.
Look, you keep sinning. Why you keep
right? Again and again and again. Like they say, you're not forgiven for that sin if you keep doing it. Now, if you stop doing that sin, maybe you are forgiven for it, right?
Right.
But you have got to be the one to try to help yourself. You can't just, think somebody else is going to fix your problem right? You're the one who can fix your problem. Mm-hmm. When you're overdoing it, when something's not good for you.
We know.
Right. You can put measures in place though to try to just help yourself. Have say like if you're going out drinking, you have a designated driver. Mm-hmm. Same thing, right? You have a friend or a partner that, hey, you had one of those, okay, boom, that's it. That's enough, right? You're overeating, stop, have somebody like that, pull your coat and let you know, or just, if you absolutely can't, help yourself or control yourself around this food or this environment, then maybe you shouldn't be there. It's just that simple, right? Maybe you just shouldn't be there.
Yeah. And especially, we have, I guess I'm looking at it like this. The food that my grandparents ate back in the day, it may not have been healthy, fried chicken, we grew up eating fried chicken and things like that. But the food that they ate back then, it may not have been healthy, but it wasn't as damaging.
Right.
Like, they can make it to 75, 80, maybe 85. My grandfather made it to 92, and they ate lots of fried chicken. I know that for a fact.
Right.
But the food we are eating today, and my brother passed away, and he was 47. We're just not making it today. There's so many people are passing away too early.
Yep.
Too early. I've heard the thing. We got heart attacks. People not 50 years old. We got diabetic comas, and somebody else recently passed. It's lots of health issues. How is that going to change? How can we change that? If we're going to start a crusade, let's say you and I start a crusade. How do we get started with this?
Yeah, that is very interesting. Our mothers and fathers in their generation versus our generation versus the generation after us, and we're only getting more and more unhealthy.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is the food. The lifestyle plays a big factor. Your lifestyle, what you do after you eat that food, who you surround yourself with, right? And how you live is going to play a big factor in how that food is going to interact with your body, so not just eating, but it's like a plethora of things that are happening nowadays, that we have going on all at the same time. We got Wi-Fi, we got Bluetooth, we got screens, we got all these different, lights, and distractions and things going on, that all these things blending all together are making us more and more unhealthy. And it's not just one thing. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different things, and there's no one way to fix it all. Yeah. It's just, just be aware that it's going to be, harder for you to survive than your parents did, right? Because you have a lot more going against you. Right. And ultimately, it boils down to doing some work, doing more work than your parents did, and and hard work. And majority of that is going to be exercise. Exercise will help to mitigate a lot of those problems that you're going to be having. And you got to exercise. And you got to eat as healthy as you can. The food nowadays, it's just not the same. The skill is not the same. The just aren't the same. So you have to supplement. You have to supplement with the food that you eat. You got to supplement your vitamins and your nutrients with the food. You can't just eat food alone nowadays. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And, so we have a lot of things working against us, but it's still, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but we can still manage to be as healthy as we can. We cannot be the healthiest person, but we can be as healthy as we can, and that's up to us.
Yeah.
It's really up to us.
Especially with food not having the same nutritional value. I was reading something with one apple back in the 50s. I would have to eat 15. I don't know what the number was. I'm like, just to match one apple.
Yeah, and it's not even just that. It's the way it's grown. It's the pesticides and the chemicals. Those pesticides and chemicals on the food that we eat are killing us. We're just finding out about it. But they, it's really hard to get this information out because of the companies. Suppressing it. They don't want you to know that the pesticides and the things that they use are actually killing us. And people don't, they don't. If you don't look for it, you're not going to find it. You just got to know that the food that you're eating it's just not very healthy.
Yes.
You can choose the healthiest food you can, but like at the same time, you got to supplement and you got to be able to help yourself.
Yes. So we were talking about the exercise. I did have a question to come up in the chat.
Sure.
What is HIIT training, and does it really work?
High intensity interval training. And yes, it does work. All exercise works. It really depends on your goals, your fitness goals, what you want to achieve. But for I would say fat loss, and like higher intensity and training actually does work. You just have to do it, right? But yeah, that will be like if I wanted to lose weight, or before a show or something like that, when I want to drop weight or lose weight fast, then I do HIIT training, higher intensity.
Okay, what does that look like? Give me an example.
That would look like some jumping jacks, moving in place, and only about 30 seconds rest. And then you're going into mountain climbers, and then you may do some explosive, weight training. You're moving all the time. Okay. You're not just, normal weightlifting. I would lift a couple weights and sit down for about 3 minutes and, recover, play with my phone, whatever, Okay. High intensity, you're go. So like at my gym, when I train people, we do 30-minute sessions most of the time. In 30-minute sessions, we are go, because you're only getting about 30 seconds of break. And so, yes, I'm pushing you for those 30 minutes, and we're burning as much as we can, or we're building as much as we can in that time frame. And so when you do HIIT, it's not like it's not like an hour or hour and a half. You may do like 30 minutes. If you only got 30 minutes, you go. And that shocks your body, ramps up your metabolism. And then from then on, you'll be losing weight, or you'll be burning more calories.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had the experience. I would see this. It's my beginning days of working out. I see the gym now. I'm on the elliptical or the treadmill. I'm on there. I've been on there for a while, and barely got a drip of sweat.
Yeah.
This guy, come on, man. I see him. He get on the bicycle every time. He would get on the bicycle. He would just go boom, 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 boom. He would just go, sweating like he been in a sauna, whatever. I mean, I was like, how does he do that? And that's when I started learning about HIIT, training. I'm like, wow. So I don't have to be on the treadmill 45 minutes.
No,
How do you do
it-
HIIT on the treadmill? And go ahead and finish your statement.
so right, so you can do it, and you can use a treadmill to speed up and slow down. So you would speed up your sessions, and you would maybe just go all out for about, I do like 60 seconds, running as hard as I can, and then boom, jump off the treadmill for about 30 seconds, catch my breath, jump back on for 60 seconds, run as hard as I can, and that's going to ramp everything up. Now, if you're just on a treadmill and you might maybe doing a slow jog or a walk for 45 minutes, an hour, barely breaking a sweat, you're not going enough, right? So you want to go hard. You want to almost like redline your body. It's like you're driving a car and you slam your you slam your foot on the gas, boom, it takes off, and then you slow down, and you slam your foot on the gas, and boom, and it takes off. Just imagine you're going down Highway 6, and there's light after light, and you're slamming your foot on the gas. Guess what? You're gonna burn a lot of gas at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you're gonna lose a lot of gas because you keep slamming your foot down, right?
Right.
Same way the body works.
Okay. Yeah. So it took me a while to learn that. I was a treadmill girl. I still am, but I know how to do it incline, and things like that. Because I do like the walking as I get older.
And we're made to walk. Human beings, our bodies are made to walk. And I think the best form of fat loss is actually walking long distance. So your body burns fat in one state and sugar in another state. Now the high intensity, that's going to burn a lot of sugar. So you're going to burn all your sugar out, but the long steady state, walking, that's when your body starts burning fat, because that's a slow burn. Now, if it needs, high boom, 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 it's going to burn more sugar. So if your goal is fat loss, yes, long steady state cardio and, weight training, resistance training. So you want to do both, right? To build your muscle and burn the fat at the same time. Now, if you want that, that quick ramp up your metabolism, let's go, sweat, burning, then that's when you do the high intensity and you want to go. But long steady state cardio is great for fat loss. Just be aware though that your body does adapt to the same modality over time. So like if you're doing something again and again, your body becomes more and more efficient at that exercise.
Okay.
And it actually burns less and less and less each time your body understands, okay, we need to start, holding on these calories, because first time she got me with this, second time we're going to do the bare minimum. Your body wants to save your life. And so it's not going to burn more than it needs to.
So how do you, if I'm a distance walker, how do I switch it up so my body won't get used to it?
You switch it up. You may walk for a day, weight train the next day, or like in the same day, you do some weight training, and then after that you go for a walk. But you don't do the same thing every day. You can do it every other day, every third day, but not every day. There's a study, I'm not sure what the name of it is, but they studied like these hunter-gatherers in the Amazon who had to hunt every day for their food and chase after their food. And, they were go all day versus somebody who would sit in the office, may get up and walk here to there, but didn't do much, really just, slow day, sedentary. And at the end of the day, then you would think, the hunter-gatherers burnt, more than other people, more calories, but like at the end of the day, they actually burnt less, because it's something that they did every day, and their body was really efficient at that, versus somebody who sat down and stood up and sat back down and didn't do very much, but they actually burned, more calories just doing that than the person who did the same thing every day.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. There's another person in the chat. Want to make sure I get their question in
Sure.
that they asked earlier. Do you believe in intermittent fasting?
I do. I do. I do. I believe it's absolutely necessary. Like, just think of, your body as a factory that's always working, and it has all these, machines that are working and pressing, and things get backed up and clunked up in the system. And every now and then you need to have a shutdown. You have a factory shutdown. You go in there, you clean everything out. You reset, you restart, and then you do it again. And so fasting works the same way. Your body is always breaking down and digesting and absorbing. So you give it a chance to rest and and digest, and then restart. Absolutely, that's the best thing for your body. You clean everything out, and boom, next thing you know, you're reuptaking all your nutrients and stuff, more efficiently than you were before, because everything was clogged up.
Is it safe to do this every day?
I would do it. Well, yes, I myself, when normally, like right now, I'm trying to actually gain weight so I can lose weight before a show. But normally I would eat almost like one meal a day, one big meal a day. Okay. And I would fast, the rest of the day until the next day. And I'll eat about the same time every day. Same time, a big meal, and then fast that off to the next day. And I almost never gained any weight. I didn't gain any weight. I didn't really lose any weight, but I didn't gain any weight. So, they did a study on mice, same thing. They fed them whatever they wanted within 8 hours. And so they had, a window where they can eat whatever they want for 8 hours. Mm-hmm. And then they fasted them for 16 hours. And it was impossible for those mice to gain weight. And they ate whatever they wanted for 8 hours,
So it's not for losing weight then?
No, I wouldn't say for losing weight. I would say for health, for a healthy weight, to maintain your weight and to be healthy. I think fasting is the best thing to do. But losing weight, no. Losing weight, you have got to, your whole lifestyle. You change, the portion sizes that you're eating, the food that you're eating, more exercise, more overall movement, like activity throughout the day. That's going to help you lose weight. Okay. But if you want to be healthy, then you should absolutely fast and incorporate some kind of intermittent fasting.
Okay. I get it now. So because if you're trying to use it to lose weight, then basically you're starving yourself.
Yeah, well, yeah. And you won't actually lose weight. Your body, like I said, your body figures out what the heck is going on. It may work in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then your body says, oh, no, you're not going to get us with that. We're just going to hold on these calories. We're going to slow everything down. We're going to save this food that you just ate. And we're not going to use it because we know you're going to try to starve us for however long before we eat again. So we just going to hold on to this weight. Right? Your body is smart. It's smarter than we think it is. And we still don't understand everything about the body. We think we know a little bit, but we don't know really how the body works. We really don't know. So.
Yeah, it's a miracle. The body is a miracle.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, so there's a conversation around carbs.
Mm-hmm.
What are they? How can I use them? Can I eat carbs and lose weight?
Mm-hmm. You can, absolutely. Okay. Carbs have got a bad name. They are actually your body needs carbs. It's a macronutrient, right?
Body needs carbs. You said
you need carbs. It needs carbs. Okay. Your body needs protein. Your body needs fats. Your body needs carbs. It needs carbs. Okay. That being said, all carbs are not the same.
Correct.
Carbs from donuts versus carbs from broccoli, totally different.
Yeah.
Your body's going to do totally different things with those kind of carbs. Mm-hmm. Right. So you have to be aware of what you're eating, what type of food you're eating. And you can't just say carbs. If once you figure out the source of the carb, then that's what the real the question is. Am I able to eat broccoli every day? Absolutely. Eat as much as you want. I tell my clients, eat as many vegetables as you want. You get hungry, eat. I want you to eat vegetables all day.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But that being said, you stay away from the sweets and the stuff like that, and the pastas and the things like that are processed. You don't want to eat those. But vegetables, eat those carbs all day, right?
Okay. So you said pasta.
Yeah, don't want.
I love Italian food. I think we all do the Italian food. It was. My husband and I went to New York. We were, how you Google, try to find the best restaurant to eat at. So we went to this Italian place. I guess it was one of those now and then meals. When you get to the restaurant, they throw this bread basket at you first.
Yep.
With olive oil, right? With bread and olive oil.
Make you think it's a little healthier. Yeah, a little olive oil.
So let's talk about pasta. Can I eat pasta? And like you say, all pasta is not created equal. But can I eat pasta? What kind of pasta can I eat? And can I eat pasta and lose weight? Or is that possible?
You can absolutely eat pasta, but just don't overdo it. Like if like I tell people, if now that is like fuel, like you're filling up your tank very fast with with that pasta. It's like that's go fuel. So if you're going to eat some pasta, you need to go. You need to be walking, moving, running, jogging. You need to get ready to go. So if you're about to go exercise and work out, eat your pasta a few hours ahead of time. You got some fuel in your body. If you're about to run a marathon, eat some pasta the night before. You got some go fuel. But don't eat pasta and go sit down and watch Netflix. Like that's not the best idea for pasta. So like I said, you got to have a plan in place. When you're going to eat these things, have a plan on how you're going to get rid of it. Right. But yeah, absolutely eat your pasta. Now I wouldn't say one is better than the other, this pasta, that pasta. It just, organic is usually the best way to go. The healthiest option is usually the best way to go. You just want to eat, the food that has the less amount of, processed or chemicals that may affect your body.
Right. So it's all about in the production and how it's made. So you got white pasta and you got wheat pasta. Is wheat pasta any different? Same, better?
It's everybody's different. To each his own. I can't tell you one is better than the other. Your body is different than mine. What I eat, it's going to affect me a different way. It's going to affect you. You really have to listen to your body and pay attention to what it's doing. If you notice that it's not working well with your body, stay away from it. Your body is it's giving you feedback and data all the time, and you have to listen to it. You can't ignore it or take an acid or a pill or like a prescription and try to mask it and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Your body wants to tell you something. Hey man, that's not good. Stop doing that. Right? Stop doing it. Stop doing it. And that's what you got to listen to. Either your body's going to give you some, positive feedback. That's good. We feel great. Or it's going to say, that's not good. We don't feel good. Don't do that again. You can't ignore it and keep doing it because you're going to make yourself work. And eventually, it's not going to be much you can do.
Yeah. I was this just happened this past week in the classroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a student who, he's fine. And then when we come back from lunch, he said his stomach hurt. And I was like, okay, well, go to the restroom, see what you can do, things like that. And so it happened again. And so I asked him, okay, well, what did you just eat? So he goes down and tell me what he ate. And the common denominator in all of the times he told me that his stomach was hurting, he had Takis. he had those chips, the spicy ones.
Oh, yeah, I know the Takis. They do the same thing to me. I love Takis.
And I told him just this past week, he said the same
Yeah.
thing. He said, Miss, my stomach hurt.
Yeah.
I said, well, what did
Yeah.
you eat? I said, did you
Yeah.
have some chips? Did you have those chips? He
Yeah.
said, yes. I said, listen, stop eating the chips.
Stop eating the chips. That's it. That's it. That happened to me too. I ate the chips. I
Yeah.
love them.
You like Takis?
Yes, I like Takis. I
Those
do.
for the kids.
And I'm like, I don't feel good. I ate them again. I don't feel good.
Yeah.
And then I try to make, nope, it's the Takis. I gotta stay away from them. I
Got
cannot eat those things. I like them though.
Really? I thought it was just only for kids. I thought kids like Takis.
I do. I eat snacks. I eat candy. I eat chips. But guess what? When they affect me, or when my body doesn't like them, then I stay away from them. You know. But yeah,
that's a good example of listening to your body, right?
I am no different than anybody. What I tell you is exactly what I do. This is how I figure things out too. Oh, let me try those. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I like these. Oh, but I don't feel good anymore. Oh, wow. Why do I feel this way? Right? You know what's looking at your mug, your coffee mug. I had the same exact one. It says
Really?
yeah, it says blessed. I had the same exact coffee mug. I was drinking my coffee this morning. I had the same mug.
Oh my goodness, yes, I like it. Of course, of the message.
Yeah.
But it's big. You got
It's big. It's right. That's funny. That's funny. Change the topic, but that's funny.
Yeah. Oh man. So I'm going to check the chat again, see if we had any other questions. But I love this information. You got to be able to read the message from your body. And I told him that. I said, listen, do you notice that every time you eat these Takis, your body hurt? So he said, I told him, I said, I'm finna bless your life right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm finna bless your life. I said, you know what?
Yep.
Stop eating the Takis.
And like I say, it's that simple. Sometimes we just have to stop and actually think about what we're doing. It's not, there's no excuse to, I don't know how it happened. I don't know. It just, no, your body talked to you a couple of times and you didn't listen to it.
Yes.
Something, I don't believe in, oh, it just happened. Oh, all of a sudden I had to go to the emergency room because it happened a couple of times before. You kept ignoring it. You kept doing the same thing that you were doing, and then boom, something broke, or now something needs to get chopped off because you ignored your body.
What do you eat in a typical day?
Typical day, usually like in the mornings, I don't really eat.
Okay.
I wake up in the mornings, have a big glass of water. I'll take my vitamins, supplements. I'm big on like chlorophyll. Put some chlorophyll in my water. Drink chlorophyll every day to clean my body out, and vitamin C and just greens, and I'll take my vitamins, my supplements. I'll drink my water, have my coffee, and then I won't really eat anything until maybe like 11 a.m. or so. I'll have like a protein shake just before my workout. So I have a protein shake, workout on that, but really not really eating any food. But about noontime, I'd say between 1 and like 3 p.m., I do a big plate of food. Most of the time is chicken, steak, rice, ground beef. So I make all this stuff ahead of time.
Okay.
So I make all my chicken. I grill my chicken on the weekends. I grill my steak. I make a whole bunch of vegetables, a whole bunch of broccoli, asparagus, and rice. And so that's pretty much what I eat the whole week.
Okay.
And sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes.
I'm a big fan. I love sweet potatoes.
Those are my go-tos. I'll eat that every day. And I believe that your body gets very efficient at this. at the foods. If you eat the same foods again and again and again, it gets very efficient at utilizing those foods. And if you're always eating something different, one day you want Mexican, then you want Italian, and then you're going off for Chinese, that just, it destroys your body because it doesn't know what to do with all these foods. It needs to get used to the same foods. And so you need to have a routine where you're eating the same foods most of the time, and then you can go out every now and then and have something different. But you should be eating, you know, the same foods. And that's my day. Like, I'll eat a big lunch, and then maybe have like another shake, a protein shake, just because I don't want to lose weight. Because if I don't, my problem is I don't want to eat. So I lose weight. I'm trying to maintain the weight that I'm at or gain the weight so like I can build more muscle, right?
Okay.
So in order for me to build more muscle, I need to gain more weight. But my problem is I don't want to eat. I have to force myself to eat. And sometimes I'm actually just sitting there going through the motions. I'm like forcing food in my mouth. I'm like that kid that's just sitting there at the table and don't want to eat. That's me. I don't because I'm not hungry.
Yeah,
I'm not hungry. Body. I listen to my body. My body's not hungry. It doesn't want it. But I know if I don't eat it, I'm going to lose weight. I will drop about 5 pounds in one day just because I'm moving and I'm working out and I'm exercising. I'm doing all this stuff and my body's not getting, you know, enough food and calories. I'm burning more than what I eat. So I have to eat more than what I burn. Right? Makes sense. But like, if you want to lose weight, you got to burn more than what you eat.
Yeah.
And so very simple. I can lose weight very fast if I wanted to, you know, but I have to make myself eat. I may have like another shake in between dinner. And then at dinner, I'll have a light dinner. Some more meat and vegetables. Most of my plate is vegetables, about 80% vegetables, 20% meat, sometimes 70% vegetables, and 30% protein, you know, but most of the time I'm eating a lot of veggies, you know, with my food. And then I'll eat my vegetables first before I eat the protein, because they will absolutely help you digest, you know, whatever food you're putting into your body. Vegetables will start that digestion going, and you'll, you know, absorb, break down, and digest whatever you're eating better.
Awesome. What kind of rice do you eat?
I do white rice. Even when people say, "Oh, brown rice and this rice and that rice," I listen to my body. I've done it all. White rice seems to go okay with me. I do white rice, but you gotta listen to your body and try different things. But there's not, like I say, what works for me does not mean it's gonna work for you. So does not mean it's gonna work for you. You know, so you can follow the same, you know, food diet, but it doesn't have to be those, you know, specific, you know, food types, you know, so you can play around with different whole foods and see what works for you. And then those are the ones you stick with, and the ones that don't, then don't do them.
Don't do it. What do you put in your coffee?
Just a little bit of brown sugar. I drink it black. I don't do, you know.
Oh, you're black.
Okay. Yeah. Just a little bit of brown sugar, maybe 1 or 2 spoons, you know, drink it black, and I call it a day. I don't try to dress it up and make it sweet and all that. Nope, I don't need that.
Cream, milk,
I just need it to wake me up, get me going, and on about my day.
Okay. All right. Strong black coffee.
That's it.
All right. Well, Sid, I thank you so much for coming on and sharing your life, sharing this aspect of us. We can make the money, make the wealth, and you got to have the health with it too. So
it's all balance, man. It's all balance. Just, you know, you have to enjoy the here and now, and, you know, think about the future, build your wealth. But right here, right now is what's going to matter, you know, down the line. If you don't take care of your body right here, right now, then it doesn't matter, you know, how much money you accumulate in 15 years, it's not going to be worth it. You know,
absolutely.
So health is wealth.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, man. You have a great rest of the day, and I know you got some competitions coming up.
Always. I'm a competitor, man. I'm a competitor. You know, it keeps me on my toes. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so you guys, let's follow through on all the different strategies and everything, and let's move to a different way. Thank you so much, Sid.
Absolutely. Anytime. Y'all have a good day.
All right. God bless. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
And let me show you this binary options app. Okay, so this is what our trade ideas look like. We get them from our educators. Look at Adriana. Won. Oh, and then she won. Oh, look, she won again. So these are expert traders who do all the work and send us the trade ideas. It kind of like pops up like a text, right? So then you can actually click here where it says leaderboard and you can see their winning rates for the week, for the month, all the time. Let's look at all time. Oh, look at that. Who's number one? Javed. Look at that. And look at all his wins. I mean, there's losses too, but look at all these wins. That means if you took that trade idea, you won or you profited money. Okay, but let's go back and look at another one. Let's go to weekly and let's look at Chris. He's at 100% for the week. 100%. Look at that. If you took all these trade ideas, you profited, you made money. Does this make sense to you? Because if it makes sense, it can make dollars.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait?
All right,
go VIP
welcome
now
back.
and get the recordings today.
We're getting ready to take our summit up another level. We're getting ready to go up higher. Listen, I want to definitely introduce our next speaker. Todd Scott has a background in corporate finance as well as diverse business consulting experience in all aspects of business operations and management, including strategic planning, financial analysis, marketing, and development of funding proposals for traditional and non-traditional financing. So Todd has applied his expertise in a wide variety of areas, including real estate, technology, energy, and retail. You know, after retiring from the NFL, Scott transitioned from a formidable force on the football field to business investment and real estate developer. His progression from that professional athlete to an innovative business owner and real estate developer was a seamless process. So without any further ado, let me bring to the platform Mr. Todd Scott. Mr. Scott, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Vivian. How are you?
I am doing wonderful as well. Listen, thank you so much for chiming on with me and sharing your knowledge. You know, as I develop, you know, we kind of talked about how this whole platform came about for teachers. And I know that there are other people that are on there as well. But as a teacher, there's so many things that we do. We help so many. But at the end of the day, when we get to the end of the road and we look at how we're going to make it, things just don't add up. And that's how this whole platform came about. I want teachers to be able to sit at the table and pick and choose what they need from this table so that they can take their cash flow up another level. And that's how this whole platform came about. So I thank you for joining me, sharing your expertise. And, you know, I want people to be touched as well through your information. So welcome to the platform.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So as a professional football player, you know, had a very successful career in that, and then real estate. So let's just start with that. So why real estate after football?
Well, it actually wasn't after football. I started investing in real estate while I was still playing football, primarily flipping houses.
Okay.
One of the things with the NFL actually stands for not for long. So the whole time I was playing, even while I began, I was looking for what would be my post career. Of let's just say of 1 million high school athletes, 13% of those athletes go on to Division I athletics.
Okay.
Of the 13% that made it to Division I athletics, only half of a 1% make it to the NFL.
Yeah.
Of that half of a 1%, 70% of those guys are gone in the first 3 years. So you got a better chance of being a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer or something than playing long term in the NFL. So I was always looking for my next thing. And real estate was just an easy choice. Real estate is the oldest and the most lucrative investment in the history of mankind. Not stock, bonds, crypto, go real estate. Everywhere you go, real estate. Either you have the land or you don't. And if you're a landowner or a property owner, and you hold that property, you buy it right and hold property, well, you can create a very, very lucrative lifestyle, and you can create generational wealth.
Absolutely. So tell me, how did this all start? How do you do this? How do you do this? Because I know we've all have heard of real estate. Do you buy the house and sell it, or you hold it? And
okay, I'll give you different components of real estate. There are 4 major components. Number one is that of a wholesaler. A wholesaler buys a contract to a home, then flips that contract to another buyer without ever taking possession of the home. That's the core definition of a wholesaler. A person who does a fix and flip buys a house, fixes it up, renovates it, and then flips that house to a buyer. That's essentially what fix and flip is about, or being known as a flipper. A buy and hold investor is what I am. That buy and hold investor will buy a home, duplexes, in my case, apartment complexes, and hold them for a long time to really maximize the appreciation of a property. Then the last piece, you can be the bank, where I'm essentially going next to where you loan money to other prospective investors. So those are not the only, but those are the primary areas that people operate as a real estate investor. I'm a real estate investor, not a realtor. A realtor sells property on behalf of someone else. I'm a real estate investor and a real estate developer.
Okay, I got those 4 written down. So you're now at the point where you are the bank.
No, I am a buy and hold investor, and I do and have done some lending. Mm-hmm. But that's probably where I'll end up next.
Okay. So now, are you a realtor?
I am not a realtor. I don't have a real estate license. You don't have to have a real estate license to be a real estate investor. I'm a real estate developer and a real estate investor and a community builder. I own 120 units. So I own 20 single family homes, maybe 30 multi-unit apartment complexes, as well as another 4 or 5, 10, 20 unit apartment complexes. So I kind of have a diverse group of properties that I've owned, and I own an 11,000 square foot commercial building as well.
Now, how do you manage all of that?
First of all, with knowledge and wisdom and a whole bunch of help. I have professional managers who work with me.
Okay.
I have family members who work with me as well. And then I also have numerous paid contractors and advisors that I work with. So it's a team. It's not just me. There's a team that I've built over the years through best practices to make sure that the business is profitable and things keep running smoothly.
Man, that is a lot of home. So as a teacher, because I don't want teachers to be scared of thinking that if I don't have money, how can I become a real estate investor?
Well, understand this. First of all, we all have money. If you work, you're putting your money somewhere. It's just where you put it. A lot of teachers are homeowners. I come from a family of educators. My dad was my high school guidance counselor. My mom was middle school principal in Galveston, Texas, where we grew up. My oldest sister is an educator with Spring ISD. My middle sister runs the homeless program for Texas City ISD, and my youngest sister is a specialist with HISD. So, and I count myself as an educator. I'm educating and teaching people on real estate and how to build generational wealth through real estate every day.
Every day. So we're all.
But to answer your question, I mean, there are a lot of different ways you can do it. One of the things is that there's private money invested, but the most common thing is leverage. To purchase a property, you may only have to put down 10%, maximum 20%. The bank or a lender can finance the rest. Oftentimes, if you use different techniques, like assuming a loan, you don't put down any money at all. So there's a lot of creative financing ways that a person can become a real estate investor. Like real estate, as educators, all of you guys are in schools, administration buildings. Someone owns the land in those buildings. So you just have to decide if you want that to be you at some point.
Right. I know that would be, have you find that as one of the reasons why people are kind of hesitant? The people that come through your course, do they complain about, well, I don't have any money? Is that like a big issue?
The number one reason that people don't get started a lot of times is just fear. They're just afraid because they just don't know what to do. And they think they don't know that they don't have any money. We make time for whatever we treasure.
That's true.
So we're always investing time, effort, energy, and money in something. It's just, are we doing that with assets that actually bring us back a financial return? And oftentimes the case is just no.
Yeah, it's no. So I want to touch a little bit more on this fear, because I know that it's you got to have a certain mindset, a mind frame.
Right.
Let's talk about that
Okay.
in doing this, because I'm blowing. I know we're blowing some people's mind, and some people probably are thinking, "No, that's not for me." But y'all hear this.
I mean, I call it the 4 components of real estate success. I didn't coin this phrase. A gentleman by the name of Lance Edwards did. 4 core components of real estate success are mindset. You have to have the right mindset.
Okay.
Number 2 is specialized knowledge. Okay. Number 3 would be marketing, and number 4 would be systems. In mindset, we first you got to have the mindset of an investor and not just a consumer. You can't take every dollar you spend, every dollar that you make, and just spend it. That's just not going to work. Or take the money and put the money in the bank where you're making 0.1% when inflation is 11%. That's just not going to add up and bode well for you.
Right.
As specialized knowledge, just think about it. As educators, most educators are degreed at some level or have had these different trainings and got these levels of expertise in these particular subjects. So it's the same thing with real estate. As far as marketing, in real estate, we're always marketing for 2 things. We're marketing for deals and dollars. If you got a deal, find some dollars. If you got some dollars, find a deal.
Okay.
If not, partner with someone who has the thing that you don't have. And the last thing is really being able to implement systems that no longer have you as the primary worker. You've got to be able to replace yourself. At some point, you have to move from being a technician to being a manager to being a true CEO.
Yeah. You hit on a couple of key points. An investor versus a consumer.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's a big step for some people because we all are always a consumer. How do you
No,
make the switch?
no doubt. We just need to also invest our dollars in things that bring a monetary return. I'll give you a case in point. I had a friend ask me today, I was at the Nike outlet, and she's like, Todd, why do you always wear Nike? Well, it's not that I just like to wear Nike, but since 1994, I've been a shareholder of Nike. I've purchased Nike stock over the years. So I invest in things that are going to bring me a return. So I get dividend checks, all of the different things. It's not just wearing the clothes.
Yeah.
In real estate, I primarily tell people I'm in the shelter business. Long as I can provide shelter.
Okay.
And people need shelter.
Yeah. Which is always.
I'm meeting a need. Now I do it in a very specialized way, but there are a number of other ways that you can do it. It's just having a plan and implementing that plan, but first understanding I want to benefit myself and my family. I want to create wealth for myself. There has not been another investment that is more lucrative than real estate. If you put real estate against stocks, bonds, mutual funds, cryptocurrency, all of that,
yeah,
it's not even close. It's not even close. Everything is real estate. Everything is real estate. You just got to determine, are you going to be the owner? Much like with anything else, you study. That's where the specialized knowledge comes in. If you decide you want to be in real estate, study real estate like you would study algebra, English, history, or anything else.
Right.
I know many people listening may have a master's degree, a doctorate degree, certainly a teacher's certificate. That was some testing and some learning that you had to do to not only gain that knowledge, but to apply that knowledge. So it's most of the things that we need to be successful, we're already practicing. We have those things in us. We've just not focused that primarily on building wealth for ourselves.
Yeah.
And the sad truth, a 401k, a 403b, a lot of these other vehicles that they steer us to, is they're just not going to get us there. They're just not.
It's not. It really isn't. And as teachers, like you say, we all have this specialized knowledge. We know how to study and pass a test. So it's just a matter of the mindset.
The new topic. Listen, y'all know, again, you know how to study. You know how to pass tests. You know how to be diligent. You know how to take in large amounts of information and apply it and teach it.
Yeah.
Do that. Use that same skill set, because it is a skill set.
Yeah.
For financial literacy in a bunch of areas. We're just talking about real estate today, but gain that financial literacy to use to build long-term generational wealth.
Right. Now, I do want to just touch a little bit on your company.
Okay.
So I'm a teacher. Let's say I'm a teacher. I want to bring in some extra income. I'm interested in real estate. I've heard about real estate. I don't know how to get started.
Right.
What do you do for me?
Well, I have a bunch of diverse coaching students. I've coached over 25 people successfully in how to and everybody has a different goal. So it could be whether you're just trying to gain additional income, or you're trying to retire early, or you're trying to replace your current income. So we all start with the end in mind. But I try to help people gain the financial freedom that they want. And I do several assessments that kind of just lead to what's your end goal, and then we write and map out a plan through real estate of leading that. If I was going to just give you a tangible example, it'd be something as simple as if you said, well, Todd, I want to make $60,000 a year. Okay, I want to make $60,000 a year. $60,000 would mean that I need to make $5,000 a month. Okay. If I need to make $5,000 a month, I need to find a 10-unit apartment complex that pays me $1,000 a month. That's $10,000 collectively. I take $5,000 of that, pay the note, taxes, and insurance. The other $5,000 comes to me. With just that one property, there's your $5,000 for the rest of your life. Now, what's beautiful about real estate appreciates while you depreciate it on your taxes and generate income.
Right. Right.
That's just one example of a simple strategy that I could.
Okay, so you take people from, we start off with the goal. I want to make $10,000 a month. I want to replace. You map it out how, and okay, so now that we got the goal of what I want to do, and are you showing me how to do this? I buy the house. Do I need to renovate the house?
Well, I literally, it depends on. I mean, people can hire me. I've had people hire me as a coach. I've had people hire me as a consultant. I've had people hire me as a contractor. I mean, it's different things for different needs. But the first thing I do is I have everyone take a needs, wants, and desire assessment. Most people are really confused. They have a lot of their wants and desires that they view as needs. Your need is what your current need is. What is your mortgage? How much gas do you spend a week? What do you really need? Very few people can tell you to the penny how much they need.
How much? Okay.
So the first thing is we try to find a property that meets your needs. Once your needs are out of the way, everything we do then in truly creating a lifestyle that you want is meeting your wants, meeting your desires. But if we didn't do anything else, I've showed you how to meet your need for the remainder of your life.
Right.
Through real estate.
Yeah, through real estate. Real estate. Now, how expensive is it for an investor coming in? Because you have repairs and you have things that come up with houses. How does that happen?
No two projects are alike. You can find a project. I have a project that I'm starting at the early part of next year. It's 12-unit apartment complex. That project is going to probably cost me maybe $400,000. And you say, well, Todd, why would you spend $400,000? Well, the after repaired value of it is $2 million. So if you can spend $400,000 and make them $1.6 million, I think that's pretty good investment.
I do too.
But I've had projects that cost $2,500 to repair. It just depends on. It depends. There's no cookie cutter to it, and everybody is different. It's customized to what your need is. So, like I said, first of all, we start off with need. I really work hard with my students on your need, clarifying to the penny.
Yeah.
What do you need? What do you want? What do you desire?
Okay. So my needs are paying my bills.
Your needs are your needs.
How do you define wants?
Your wants, I mean, okay, someone could say, well, hey, I need transportation. Okay. I want a skateboard, but I desire a bike. It's however you craft it. I need transportation. I have a 2010 Toyota Camry, but I want a 2020 Mercedes. I mean, we kind of just vet that out based on really what do you see in your mind's eye? What's really in your heart? Because your needs are things you need. Your wants are really just, a lot of our emotional and dreams, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But and I try to help and have helped a lot of people achieve that. But we're not going to do any of that without first addressing your needs. And the hard thing is, especially, being raised in a family of educators, oftentimes just with the income we have, our needs aren't getting met.
Right.
So a lot of times it's just being able to supplement passively your needs. Yeah. So if just the need component can be met more easily, a lot of times that's just really the goal for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it needs, because I tell you, when I am around school, teacher's lounge, or wherever I am, somehow that comes up. You can hear it in the conversation, that's going on. And I'm just like, there's such a big need. We pour out, so much to
Yeah,
the kids, and there's not
no
enough
doubt.
being
No
coming
doubt.
back in. So lots of needs.
I will tell you this. One of the things that I've discovered personally is that you have two choices. You can either spend less or make more. Most people usually choose to make more, but it's actually much easier to spend less. I'm not a financial planner. I don't. I do some education on budgeting, but a lot of times, if we just really take a look at some of the places that we're spending money, I mean, really take a look at where we're spending money. A lot of times that we can save a lot, and we can just do better. It's just the discipline of really looking at it on paper. Most times, if I look at someone's calendar and their checkbook, I can tell you what's important to them, because where you spend your money and your time, regardless of what you say,
Yeah.
really tells the story.
It tells the story. Yeah. Where your heart is. That's where your treasure is.
It is.
I like how when you were talking, I've heard this phrase that skills are transferable.
Some.
You use a lot of words that I guess are familiar with football. I coach.
Oh yeah.
Train,
Yeah.
So address that for teachers, because I don't want them to think,
Well, I mean, I'm a long time football player. Been played football since I was 8. Loved the game. Played professionally. Was an administrator in pro football with the Texans. But a really good football coach, although the Cowboys are my team, let me say that. A really good coach is really just a good teacher. You have to be a good teacher. I was fortunate to play a lot of years for both Denny Green and Tony Dungy, two really great coaches, but they were more teachers. Not just in sports. They taught a lot just about life.
Yeah.
And most of the principles that really make you successful in life are the same principles that will make you successful in sports, business, or whatever. I run my business, a lot of aspects of my business, just like a football team, because that's my secret sauce. That's what I was trained in. If I was able to make it to the 1% of athletics, I don't think that was a mistake by God. I think he wanted me to use that experience, that 30-year experience that I had, to then transfer the skills of being a really great studier, tenacity, working well with others, communication, also being courageous.
Yeah.
I think courageous, not fearless, because it's not that I don't ever have fears. Courage is when that fear is there, but I still press past my fear to do what I need to do. So I think it's more important to be courageous necessarily than fearless. But a lot of the skills that I learned as a football, growing up playing football and being around football and just sports in general all the days of my life, have really made me highly successful in business. And I think it gives me an unfair advantage over other business people. I don't believe there's anybody who's as tough as me when it comes to business. I don't believe that someone is more tenacious than me. I know that there's no way they're going to outwork me because of my training.
Because you're training.
Because of my training. But if you look at that, how many teachers could say the same? How many long hours and long days have y'all put in? I'm saying teachers have the training and already have the secret sauce to be great business people.
Yeah.
It's transferring those same skills. The number one skill that you have is you can intake a lot of information, process it quickly, and then articulate it and exercise it.
Right.
There are not many people that can do that.
Right.
So I don't care if it's real estate or any aspect of business. If a teacher gave that same focus to some of these other areas that, specifically with the goal of
Yeah.
producing higher income,
Yeah.
oh, I'd bet on them all day.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I had another friend. She wasn't an educator. She's a pharmaceutical rep.
Okay.
And you know who they hire the most?
Former teachers.
Teachers.
Do you know why?
Why?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know why?
Oh, yeah, I do.
What'd she say?
It's the skills. Basically, what you just said, because we're quick on our feet.
Yes.
So I'm presented with something, and I got to turn around real quickly and manage 18 to 20 students
Yes.
effectively.
Yes.
Each of those, they each come with their own personality and way
Yes.
of learning. So not only do I have to write it for you, I may have to act it out for this student, and I may have to draw it out for that student. So we're flexible, we're quick on our feet. Yeah, that's what he told me.
What is the average amount of students in the classroom?
So well, it depends on the age of the student. The higher the older that the child is, the more they can get in the classroom. So right now I'm a third grade teacher. So I have now 18 students, but I've had before 22 students.
So if you've had 18 to 22 students, those are 18 and 22 different personalities?
Different personalities.
Oh, so you're telling me that it wouldn't be, if you can manage those personalities, it wouldn't be hard for you to manage 18 to 20 tenants.
Right.
Same.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Because you had the experience, and people say, well, where'd you gain the experience? From the classroom?
In the classroom. Watch this, Todd. I got 18 students, right?
Yes.
That's times 2 for the parents. So not only do I have to deal with the students.
Oh, yes.
You know I got to deal with parents and their personality.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So I mean that's one example of a transferable skill that any educator, teacher, trainer could use just to have success in real estate. And one of the biggest things is, I mean, listen, real estate is a people's business. Teaching is a people business.
Yeah. Yes.
If you're good with people, you communicate with people, you can be successful.
Yeah.
Wildly successful.
Yeah. Absolutely. So how do I incorporate this? I know we used the term earlier, cash flow, when we were talking.
Yeah.
Let's talk about cash flow. Coming in to a teacher's home.
Yeah.
We have, before I did this summit, I did a focus group because I wanted to not plan this whole summit around me. I wanted to meet the needs of the teachers that were coming. So I got different ethnicities, I got new teachers, retired teachers.
Diverse group.
And I just asked them some questions, and based on the questions are the topics that we're coming up on the summit.
Okay.
Majority of the teachers that were on the summit do not own a home.
Why?
I think.
Well, let me say this first. I guarantee you they're paying more in rent than if they were homeowners. As a homeowner, okay, if a person is paying $1,000 in rent, they get nothing outside of just renting that property.
No right.
If they're paying $1,000 in mortgage expense, $800 of that per month is deductible because that 800 is going to be mortgage interest. So you essentially live in your house that you own for $200. I would rather pay $200 than pay $1,000. Home ownership is the principal way that the United States has set up to reward you as a citizen here in the United States.
Okay.
You can leverage your home. You can borrow cash from equity in your home to buy other income producing assets that give you more cash flow. You can, I mean, there's so many benefits. And I've had it in, I've experienced this in my own family. My youngest sister just recently became a homeowner.
Okay.
And had been a renter for a long time. And you know, so there, and I'm not saying there's not seasons that you shouldn't rent.
Right.
But as soon as you can, you want to use home ownership and the benefits that come with that to your advantage, individually and professionally.
So now let me ask you about your sister.
Okay.
Why did it take her so long?
Just different, you know, different things at different times. She was moving. She was moving up and teaching, so she was switching to different ISDs.
Okay.
You know,
it's moving around.
Family transitions. You know, kids getting different ages, different things. So and just having a lot of the fear, even though you may have a brother who's who's a real estate expert.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the season or the time for you.
Right.
The home, and now mind you, I've been on it for decades.
Yeah.
Buy a home, buy a home, buy a home, buy a home. And you know, it just wasn't the season. She's actually been prepared and ready and could have done it years ago, but she's done it now. So it's not too late. And enjoying a beautiful home and the benefits that's bringing.
Right. And she's also now a real estate investor too, right?
She hasn't become a real estate investor from a business standpoint. She's a real estate. Everyone who owns a home is a real estate investor.
Okay.
Because you made an investment in real estate, did you not?
I did.
You write off the mortgage interest.
I do.
You get the benefit of that write-off. Your property is appreciating while you're depreciating it on your taxes. So whether you have one or a million, you're a real estate investor.
I'm a real estate investor. All right. Right. And then you take it up to another tax bracket if you have some kind of business.
No, well, listen. Individuals pay tax on an average of 20%. Business owners pay tax at an average of 10%. So it's far better to become a business owner than to even be as an individual. I personally have really tried to make my whole lifestyle tax deductible.
Explain, please.
You just got to understand you got to just understand the U.S. tax code,
right?
And where the benefits are. I know a lot of people were upset when former President Donald Trump was saying, and we all know that he's a billionaire, and he said, "Hey, I only pay $700 and something in taxes." Well, a lot of people got mad at that. Right. I had a pen and paper waiting to write down the strategy.
Yeah.
So you know it's out there, and you can do that. It just takes the study. And who has more training for studying information and implementing it than a teacher or educator? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
If you, even as we're saying it,
Yeah.
when I'm saying it, you're smiling every time, because everything y'all practice it professionally and personally every day. Y'all just don't do it for yourselves yet.
Yeah. That's
And you can. And you can.
Right. And that's the whole purpose of this platform.
Right.
I want teachers to stretch and move beyond. I've talked to a lot. Some of them are scared to do anything. They're scared they're gonna lose their benefits.
Yeah. I'm not even saying quit your day job.
Yeah.
What if your real estate portfolio met all your needs and wants, and you could just go teach as you wanted for free?
Yeah.
What if your income that you got from whatever ISD, that was your side job, but because it's your passion, you do it until you drop because you just love it.
Right.
It changes your whole, changes your whole mindset. I got into real estate because I wanted to change my family's life. And mind you, I had been in professional sports, but professional sports is no different. I'll give you a perfect example.
Okay.
I'll use the hometown team. Every NFL owner is a billionaire. Would you agree?
I would agree.
What is their number one asset?
I was going to say they're players, but no.
Okay, it's not the players, because listen, the players come and go.
That's true.
The teams change and go. The number one asset is the stadium.
The stadium.
The stadium is what? Real estate. Now, who owns the stadium? They do. Who paid for the stadium? We did. Taxpayers pay for the stadium. I'll say it again. Who owns the stadium?
They do.
Who paid for the stadium? We did.
Wait a minute, I never even looked at it like that.
Of course not. Of course not. So understand this. I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble. I'm not gonna say too much. If I wanted to leverage an asset like Reliance Stadium for a deal in Saudi Arabia or wherever in the world I wanted to do it, is that legitimate collateral?
Yes.
Of course. So, how do you acquire assets that other people, i.e. a bank, an investor, pay for, but you own? It's the same principle. And I don't care if you want to use it's the same principle, the NBA, Major League Soccer, Major League Baseball. It's the same thing. The number one real estate company in the world, do you know its name?
McDonald's.
I thought they sold hamburgers. No. No.
Yeah.
Every McDonald's you've ever seen is in the most prime locations, right? And that land's appreciating year after year after year after year after year. So compound interest.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, and I'm gonna make money selling you hamburgers.
Selling you hamburgers.
So, but that's not their core. Even McDonald's understands that's not their core business model. So if it's good enough for McDonald's, make it good enough for you.
Yeah.
I mean, look at any business. I mean, Walmart. I mean, even if you look at digital real estate, what is Facebook? Digital real estate. What is Amazon? Digital real estate. It's all real estate.
Yeah.
So all real estate. Who has the land or the landscape? It's just but mindset.
It's the mindset shift.
It's the mindset. Just shifting the mindset. I'm not gonna think like a consumer. I'll have to consume some things, but I'm an investor who consumes some things, but I'm not a consumer. That's not what defines me.
Yeah. Yeah. What would be a time frame that you say, I come, you're coaching me? What would you say like an average time frame would be before I'm ready to go?
Depends on the individual. Depends on the individual, how much work you put in. I mean, just because I'm with you, if you're not willing to study, I've had students who've not had success, and it's not that I didn't provide them with what they needed. They just want when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is ready.
Yeah.
So I have I've had people who've done 7-figure deals on their first deals. I've had people who've taken 10 years, paid a lot of money, and not ever taken the leap. It's not a cookie cutter. It's not something like say, oh, we'll do this for you. No, because number one, mine is completely goal driven.
Yeah.
If you say, hey, listen, my need is $3,000, and we meet your need, the next thing you got to learn how to do is control your greed. Because everybody said, well, Todd, take me to 6 million, take me to 12 million, hey. And I'll bring back that document that said, hey, this was my goal.
Yeah.
And I said when I got here, because we always have to keep things. Oh, excuse me, sorry. We always have to keep things in place that keeps us well grounded.
Keep us grounded, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely keep grounded. Well, man, I definitely appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule. I know that you are busy in family, but we do appreciate you sharing this knowledge. So at the bottom of the screen, you guys will see his email, his website where you can connect with him. If this is something that you want to add to you and add to your bottom line. Listen, teachers, don't get to the end of the road and you look at the TRS statement and your 403B. It's not going to be enough. I'm just going to tell you. It's not going to be enough.
No.
It's already not enough.
Right.
It's already not enough. So
right. Start working right now while you can utilize your day job.
Yeah.
I tell everyone, don't quit your day job. I started in real estate when I was playing in the NFL. And never stop.
Yeah.
Never stop.
Right. Don't quit the day job. So any words in closing before we go?
I wish everyone the absolute best. Teachers don't get paid enough or thanked enough just for the deposit that they make in society through its people. So I just want to tell everyone thank you for all that you do and all that you've done. And I wish you well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Got VIP? Getting lifetime access to your favorite speakers and the gem they share for your review anytime you want is priceless. In addition to the recording, you are going to learn how to make your hourly salary into 3 to 5 minutes a day in the money in this trading workshop home study course. You will also get the 5-step money in this trading cheat sheet and a free virtual ticket to the 1-day money in this live intensive training. So, why wait? Go VIP now and get the recordings today.
All right, there we go. All right, we've had a full day today. I want to, first of all, thank all of my speakers that took the time out to come on. We have learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I want you to take the information that you've learned, the notes that you've taken, and apply them. The whole premise, as I said at the beginning, is to set a table for you, per se. We're using it as an example, where you can come and pick and choose the things that you can use so that you can bring that extra income or even replace your income as a teacher. So not that I'm trying to take you away. We love what we do, right? How do I know you love what you do? Because we don't make enough money, but we still come in there every day and take care of the needs of the kids. So as long as you're taking care of the needs of the kids and you have that fulfillment, great. But if you want more, if you desire more where your needs are being fulfilled, then let's apply these strategies. We started with, mindset, meditating, thinking of the business plan, putting your mind in a business mindset so that you can capitalize on your skills. All your skills are transferable. Listen, fellow educators, all your skills are transferable. Capitalize on it. If you love teaching, tutoring, mentoring, hey, make a business out of it. Our tax professional, Pam, told us how to take advantage of the taxes, and Mr. David Lewis explained to us money and that we need assets. Assets builds wealth. Take your money that you're making, take your tax return, and let's sacrifice some of the spending that we do to create assets. And then we just ended out with Mr. Todd Scott, professional football player turned a real estate investor. He's a real estate mogul is how I title him, where he can take you and show you and coach you on how to capitalize on the real estate market that's never going anywhere. All right. I have noticed how the house that I live in has appreciated more and more. Real estate never depreciate. Real estate always appreciate. So listen, I enjoyed my time together. If you have not upgraded to VIP, you want to be able to replay this information time and time again. Be able to do that. With the VIP, you'll also get the live Money in Minutes intensive course where we're showing you step by step how to capitalize in the financial markets. So that's the other. We also get the Money in Minutes cheat sheet on how to build up your knowledge and wealth, build up your knowledge for gaining wealth. It's called the Money in Minutes cheat sheet. So there's lifetime access to the recording. So there's benefits in upgrading. Listen, when you upgrade to VIP, the Money in Minutes live intensive is worth 10 times more than that on us showing you exactly. We take you by the hand and show you how to capitalize in that market. Throughout this whole platform, throughout this whole summit, you've been seeing different things, different commercials about the different financial markets that my husband and we take advantage in. So we would love to show you how to become a foreign exchange trader. They shorten it to Forex. I love this industry. A lot of people they were excited about this industry, but because they were not successful, they've given up on that. How about you have the right coach to teach you the right way so that you can be more successful? We have a platform where you can learn and earn at the same time. How about you actually earn in the financial markets while you learn? So you want to be held by the hand in the beginning, but you can't be held by the hand forever. You still need to learn. And this is where a lot of people who are taking advantage of the financial markets, this is what they have that unsuccessful financial investors don't have: the proper education. Some people trying to learn it here and there. You go on YouTube, you learn a little bit from this person. You go on YouTube and you learn a little bit from that person. And that's too much different information. Everybody have their own style, and you have to find your niche. You have to find your style. So I invite you to connect with us. Connect with me. You can reach out to me here on YouTube, on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram. At the same, you can see down there below my Instagram and Facebook information. So let me get my VA to stop Todd scrolling so we can make sure you connect with Todd now. And those of you that are interested in real estate and how to invest the proper way, you reach out to him. So reach out to Todd. But you can connect with me with that information there on Facebook and on Instagram. My website down there at the bottom is Win with Vivian W. WIN, winwithvivianw.com. Let's connect. Let's set up an appointment where we can talk about your goals, your income goals, and the best way that we can meet your need. So we will do an assessment to see if we can help you or not. So we're not in it for, we're now, of course, at the end of the day, we all want to get paid, but I can't get paid unless I help you. Our goal is to help you achieve your financial goal that you want to, and position yourself where you can continue teaching and not worry about finances, or replace it altogether. Again, we're not trying to take you out of the classroom, because some people really enjoy teaching. We all enjoy. I've been teaching 22 years. Have there been some good days? Yes. Have there been some bad days? There's that song, right? I've had some good days. In education, you get all the days. All right. But I'm still there. After 22 years, I enjoy teaching the students, but I want to teach adults and young adults so that we can position ourselves and our families to be on the other side of money. It's over with. It's over of us living paycheck to paycheck. That story has played out. We need to be in a position where we can teach our children how to live. We should not be recycling this same information where our children are growing up. Now they in debt. They doing the same thing that we doing, paycheck to paycheck. Let's time out for that. Let's position ourselves where we can live comfortably, and I will see you on the beaches of the world. You have all of my connections. Let's talk about your financial goals. I will see you. Listen, I got next 2023. I have more summits. I have more people, more information that I want. This is not it. It's always something to learn about the financial markets. And so the purpose of this platform is to position you where you can capitalize. So let's connect. Let's connect before 2023 and write out those goals. I love you, and there's nothing that you can do about it. I'll see you next time.